Though of course, they will be relevant in some degrees of carbon capture, etc. But it's a very different business, and I'll be honest, we look at the numbers, and it's going to be people should be in no doubt that replacing oil and gas jobs is tough. These are high-paying jobs, I've talked about it. The capabilities are not going to be the same. If you look at the technologies that made a big difference to the oil and gas industry, the oil companies from the service sector, they're very related to subsurface. The capabilities around civil, I think we will be able to map it. I think the capabilities are clear, but there's no obvious reason why oil and gas companies, or indeed oil and gas service companies, are the best to deliver renewable energy. So it's going to be a very interesting landscape. Don't put dampener on it, but this is not going to be easy for the oil and gas industry. On the other hand, as I've said before, it's going to take an awful long time to transition.
That's a good insight. Maybe I can continue the theme with respect to the fact we tend to sort of think about the oil and gas sector as a bit homogenous, but you have small caps, mid caps, large international, national oil companies, international. How do you think they will respond in terms of the different pressures? And is it necessarily appropriate to consider that all oil companies will actually transition? Or are there just a unique group that will actually emerge out of this whole process?
Yeah, I think not everyone will transition. It was one of the things I used to ask a lot at IOGP was, well, your whole industry is transitioning. But as we've discussed, we've alluded to, that's not the case. One is we still have to deliver oil and gas. I think the large international oil companies, you can already see them, they're turning to energy companies, driven a lot by investor pressure, and they have capabilities around global reach, project management that will fit, and they also have the access to capital. But even they're up against some big competitors, the OGEs, the SSEs, etc. So I think they will transition. Financially, it's a very different world. At the moment, of course, their oil and gas are funding their huge investments. For the smaller companies, they will stay in oil and gas. I think absolutely there'll be a whole business. We see at the moment, private equity, fantastic deals. And I think national oil companies, they'll depend on which country they come from. And you can see companies in Russia, I mean, Gazprom just announced record profits. Petrobras are just announcing record investments in E&P. They will be driven a lot by the demands of their countries, and they will stay in oil and gas, and they will look to pick up a lot of the activities dropped by the big IOCs. So I think it'll be a very different landscape for the oil companies. The service sector, you can already see the big oilfield service companies. Baker Hughes, probably the most obvious one, is probably taking advantage of their link with GE to expand their capabilities. Schlumberger moving in, Halliburton, but it's a different world for them. It's a completely different world financially, comparisons, etc. They're going to find it tough. But as you say, where they pick that 1, 2, or 3, do they just diversify a bit? How much they stay in oil and gas will be key. But for pure oilfield service companies, I think there's still, for technology companies, still a lot to play for. So there's going to be a lot of difference between the various companies.
That's good insights. Maybe we have a couple of more minutes, so let me just see if I can bring a couple of themes together. One is, you showed in the profiles the importance of gas effectively surpassing oil. And the other dimension is this almost binary view about gas is a transition fuel versus actually it's not something that should be part of the picture. And yet the flip side is that we often hear the whole conversation around turning methane into hydrogen. So when you look at that, how do you think we as a sector should actually sell the value proposition of effectively that decarbonisation opportunity, recognising that gas is critical, both in its current form, but also in its decarbonated form?
I think gas at the moment, of course, is looked on, I think as you said, very much as replacing coal. But a lot of the gas and a lot of the increase in gas use will also come from gas as a fuel for industrial purposes, as a feedstock for petrochemicals. One of the biggest growing ones is going to be transport, I think LNG and ships. So we have, gas is it's not a few years ago, it's called the transition fuel, etc. It's starting to get dragged in or get demonized, along with oil and gas. But I think we stay the course. Gas is absolutely fundamental to any of the various transitions that are going to happen. I go back to my point, I don't think it'll happen as fast as you think it will, but if you look at the future estimates of where gas is going to be important, clearly it's like China, India, Asia. It's fundamental to what they're doing. It's fundamental to the industrial processes. It's fundamental to the petrochemical, which, frankly, you need to build anything, whether it's wind turbines, electric vehicles, you name it. I'm very comfortable with the way gas is positioned. It doesn't get the sort of mainstream media, perhaps it's not well understood, but I'm very comfortable with how it's positioned.
That's great feedback, Gordon. So let me thank you for keeping you up early in the morning. Some great insights, and I think it sort of highlights the complexities and trade-offs around the energy transition and some of the things that we have to have an open dialogue about. So thank you again, and I'll hand back to the MC.
Thank you, and have a good conference.
Thanks a lot, Gordon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ballard and Mr. Richard, for conducting our first international speaker. And now, moving on to the next agenda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote today with the theme of synergy among state-owned enterprises in supporting 1 million BOPD and 12 BSCFD gas in 2030.
Yes, we kindly invite Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, on behalf of Minister of State-Owned Enterprises.
Baiklah, saat ini kami sedang mencoba untuk terkoneksi dengan Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri yang akan live bersama kita secara online. So please give us a few minutes until we are connected to Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri.
Once again, we remind you that our first keynote today with the theme of synergy among state-owned enterprises in supporting 1 million BOPD and 12 BSCFD gas in 2030 will be conducted by Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, which we are still contacting.
Oke, Dazen, nampaknya memang ini satu bagian di mana menjadi bagian dari new normal kita dalam mengadakan kegiatan di saat pandemi seperti ini, bahwa kita mesti menambah level kesabaran kita.
Betul sekali, karena dalam acara hybrid dan juga yang sekarang masih terus berlangsung virtual akan ditemukan banyak kendala, tapi sepertinya akan terus kita coba untuk menghubungi Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri. And in the meantime, I would like to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that the second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021 will not be possible without the support of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and also all sponsors of this event. SKK Migas would like to thank PGN Saka,
ExxonMobil Cepu Limited,
PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero,
Pertamina Hulu Energy, Upstream Subholding,
Medco ENP Indonesia,
PT Karya Mentari Seraya, and PT Intah Prima Solusindo,
BP Berau Limited,
PT Silo Maritime Perdana Tbk,
Konsorsium Asuransi Aset Industri Sumur dan Aset LNG SKK Migas atau K3S,
Repsol Saka Kemang BV,
Inpex Masela Limited,
PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Mandiri Petronas Carigali Indonesia,
Premier Oil Natuna CBV,
and PT Kilang Pertamina International and also many other sponsors.
Dan kami juga informasikan bahwa Bapak Ibu bisa bertemu dengan para sponsor yang bisa dikunjungi di Exhibition Hall, di mana bisa bertemu langsung dengan para eksibitor secara online. And I would like to remind you that all online participants could also visit the lounge to mingle and go networking online. There is also a games corner. We still have our photo booth that you can explore.
Exactly, and don't forget to continue collecting your score and points at the game corner. And you can also join the trivia quiz and passport challenge. Dan juga hadirin sekalian, bagi Anda yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard tertinggi harian, Anda akan berkesempatan mendapatkan hadiah menarik dari panitia berupa voucher e-commerce.
Baiklah, dan jangan lupa juga, kita juga memiliki satu acara dan juga agenda yang sangat luar biasa pada hari ini, yaitu SKK Migas Award 2021.
Betul sekali, Imam. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to start the CEO Forum on the second IOG Convention 2021. And this forum will be discussing the topic of acceleration towards IOG 4.0 targets in the midst of energy transition, opportunities, challenges, and synergies.
And presenting prominent speakers from multinational and also national oil companies. This session will be led by Mr. Marcus Richards from Boston Consulting Group. And Marcus, or Mr. Richards, is an experienced oil industry executive with a thorough technical grounding, more than 30 years of experience. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Marcus Richards.
Good morning, everybody, if everybody can hear me. What we'd like to do is to bring the CEOs of the major players in Indonesia into a forum to discuss some of the challenging issues that arise as a result of both achieving targets that are clearly key to the Indonesian economy, as well as, of course, progressing to net zero. The scale of the challenge is significant. So 88.8% of the energy needs of Indonesia is actually provided by oil and gas, and that of course funds the backbone, as the finance minister said yesterday, of the economy. And then of course you have 11.2% from renewable energy. So you have this interesting dilemma, and I'm going to ask a group of colleagues to come up and join me in just a second. And you could ask the question, is there a conflict between two objectives? One is 1 million barrels of oil per day and 12 billion cubic feet of gas. And the second one is transitioning and achieving the targets that have been set by the Government of Indonesia. So one thing is very clear, and I hate to admit it, but I've actually been in the oil and gas industry 40 years, which probably tells you something, which is that our industry is very good at rising to the challenge. And we've done it on many occasions, and this is an occasion where that challenge is very, very steep. But it is deliverable with technology skills and a huge amount of partnership and collaboration. So I'm delighted to invite a number of distinguished panel members, and we're going to explore the opportunities, the challenges, and I also think the real synergies between these two sessions. So if I can ask the team to come up, and let me introduce them as they walk up. So Fatayani Abduran, who is the Vice Chairman of SKK Migas. Budiman Pahusip, who probably has been on this platform more than anybody else this week and has been kind enough to contribute to this session. Hatiza Haida Said, who I think is joining us actually remotely. Is that correct? Yep. We then have Ronald Gunawan, who's President Director of Medco EMP. Diego Portuguesi, who is the Managing Director for ENI, the global super major, and is their Chief Representative in Indonesia. And now I'm going to have to stand up so I can actually read the names. Here we go. Thanks. I'll take it. Yuzeni bin Metz Youssef, who has recently moved, I believe, from Petronas in Malaysia and joins us, I think, in his first week. So welcome to Indonesia and the new position. He is the country head of Petronas Indonesia. Gary Selby, who joins us. And Gary has an interesting set of roles, apart from being president of the Indonesian Petroleum Association. He is also the principal director of Premier Oil and in Indonesia. And interestingly enough, is one of the first members of a private equity funded business that is now investing within the country. We also have, I believe, Adwas Alwindo, who's director and CFO of PT Energy. I believe he is joining us.
Hi, good morning.
Okay. Right, well, let's start. What I thought we'd do is just give a bit of context in terms of what's been achieved, because I think we all need to recognize that this is a marathon, not a sprint. And so if I can have the first slide, and what we're going to do, I'll just run through some of the key takeaways, and then we're going to go to a set of questions. And we've had a number of questions submitted, so we are going to have to keep it to 3 or 4 minutes per person. And I just ask you so that we can get through a raft of questions that have all been posed. So the first thing I think to draw on is the lessons of the last 2 days. And when you look at the accomplishments in terms of agreements, it is pretty impressive. So I'm going to stand up so I can read this. So the government and all of the investors are committed towards incorporating clear decarbonisation targets into their agenda, which includes CCUS and also reducing emissions and flaring within the upstream. I think it's also been recognised that, of course, there's this huge opportunity for Indonesia in detail because of the opportunity for carbon offsets and what that brings. So that's the first one in terms of contributions to net zero, which is a great place to be. The second one, I think, and we'll get the team to talk about this, is the level of collaboration has increased dramatically. And it shows what happens when people work together. So that collaboration is between ministries, between governments, private and public entities, and it's driving the agenda forward, and that's great. And there's also been a step change in the way that business is being done, which is phenomenal. From an investment perspective, a lot of work is going on at the moment, and we heard from the MP from government yesterday about the traction around the new bill that will come through and hopefully further improve the investment potential of the company, of the country. And then the big challenge, of course, is the production targets. And I think if we can go to the next slide. Okay, we have one extra slide. So this is progress from basically from 2021. You'll notice action plans in place, programs are being delivered. So the charters that form part of the regulator house of aspirations to get to 1 million barrels a day and 12 billion cubic feet of gas are moving forward with those two additional items around unconventionals and low carbon initiatives, which is great. And then really progress on a number of fronts, whether it's in reserves replacement ratio, so that's the fundamental measure of the oil and gas business, reactivating existing well stock to improve production recovery, reducing the average permit process. So this is tremendous, which is 1.5 days, and also accelerating the process for authorizing expenditure. And all of these, together with a number of steps the government has taken to change the structure and incentives, are clearly having an impact. And then the last thing is tracking that performance openly so that you can have an open debate. So I think the next slide should be the production profiles. And I'd just like to point out a couple of things here. And I may ask Pak Fatah, if I may, just to make some comments after I just go through the slides. So you saw this slide, and it really sort of sets the story for production. On the left-hand side is oil production in thousands of barrels a day. Right-hand side is gas. There's a piece around improving the operational efficiency of the business, and that is just good for all seasons. There is a second piece around driving, in the case of oil, water flood and enhanced oil recovery. There is also transforming and speeding up, and this is what, for example, Budiman was talking about in terms of accelerating the way in which we can get resources into reserves and reserves into production. And then, of course, a significant proportion there in terms of exploration. And you see that in the gas side as well. And we talked about the importance of gas. So there are a number of questions that we've been posing, I think, since the beginning of the conference, which is, what is SKK Migas' strategy in supporting effectively investors to capture opportunities? What support could SKK Migas provide to navigate some of the challenges to achieve that goal? And then what is the contribution that the investors can make in terms of the integral part they play in the ecosystem in Indonesia? So let me stop there, and maybe I can hand over to Pak Fatah, if I may.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcus. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Marcus, I think this is a very, very challenging situation. As you mentioned, there are two conflicting objectives that we have to achieve, right? The climate change, the net zero emissions, energy transition. On the other hand, we have to increase the production. As you can see here, the long-term plan that we've been producing since 2019, quite ambitious. Our aspiration is how we can get there. In order to achieve 1 million, the productions is almost double than today for oil, as well as the gas, 12 billion scf per day, double than today's productions. Is it easy? It is not easy. Despite the fact that we have in the last 2 years, you notice that the pandemic situation, the oil price, that really, pushed back all the plan. So we have to have a recovery plan in the last 2 years due to the investments drop. The production also cannot cope with the target that we put together for 2020 and 2021. And the steep incline from 2022 to 2030, it is very, very challenging for all the contractors to contribute. Can we do it? Yes, by collaboration, of course. So we need not only the SKK Migas to provide this kind of plan, but we need to have a collaboration between the oil companies, the minister, not only the ASTM, but the other ministerial offices that they have to provide the support. We have identified a number of key issues in the last 2 years with regard to, the difficulties that we have to progress in order to, moving toward the target. Especially 2022, that is a start because of the oil price start to increase, but we don't know yet. Is it going to be a stable increase, or is it going to be, again, drop in the next few years to come? It's not easy. With the COP 2026, again, the objective of decarbonization by 2050, few more decades to go, but the energy transition still need to happen, especially for fossil fuel. I do believe that it's very difficult for the renewable energy to accommodate the requirement, the demand of energy in the future immediately. It will take time to balance the requirement. You can see in the keynote speaker this morning, you see the fossil fuels still required by 2040. So with that said, the 2030, that our aspiration that needs to be achieved, of course, it needs to be in place. That's why we have to have a very good alignment between the target that we have with the oil companies, how we can make the capital investment still in place. That's why we talk a lot with the CEO of the oil companies, not only in Indonesia, but sometimes we have to talk with the headquarters. We need to provide a very good fiscal incentive. That's number one. Yeah. You can see in the first day when the Director General launched the new tender for the new blocks, I think the fiscal already been changed, significantly from the previous tender. That will make the investor more attractive to participate in the tender. So we do expect that with these 8 blocks to come, it will help to deliver our promise in 2030. You see 2021, the triple R, reserve replacement ratio, 219%. Is it enough? It is not enough. If you want to achieve the target, that steep incline, at least we need to have like 300% of the triple R. Otherwise, it's going to stay flat. It's very difficult to achieve that. And we noticed that in the last 2 years, due to the fact that the delay of the conventional potential, we have to identify some other resources, which is the non-conventional. Then we changed our strategy, right? So we put an unconventional on top of the conventional in order to achieve by 2030, 1 million barrels a day. So those kind of support that we have to provide for the investors is of doing business. Accelerate the process of any permitting, the land acquisition, things like that. That is the lesson that we capture in the last few years. So we do, like next year, the campaign for drilling, as compared to this year, we increased by almost more than 25%. This year, the development well drilling campaign, like 600 something that we're going to do, maybe more than 800 for next year. That's demonstrate that we have to increase the number of resource to production campaign to get more production for the future and get the new reserve. From the exploration point of view, yes, we have to do more exploration. The target that we put in the next year, 2022, is not enough. We have only maybe around 30 plus wells. Only a few blocks that promise to get the giant discovery or big discovery. It's not enough. So we need to get more and more exploration campaign in the future in order to get a big and giant discovery to fill that gap in order to achieve that 2030.
Thank you. Let's now take some of the things that Fatah has talked about in terms of 3 themes. The first one is, so the programs that we've currently got in place in order to deliver 4.0. what are the gaps, what are the blockers. The second one around how do we close the gaps, which is the last issue, and the famous sort of treadmill of the oil and gas business of constantly regurgitating sort of resources into reserves, into production, et cetera, and then finding the new opportunity. And then the final piece really is around the energy transition. So let me start, if I may, and I'll ask Pak Budiman, if I may, given the challenges of 2020 and 2021, because we have the overlay, of course, of COVID, are you still on track to meet the targets? And also, are there additional blockers that are in the way to allow you to move forward in terms of the plans that you originally set?
Thank you, Marcus. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of us. I think just like Pak Patar mentioned before, that we are in a very challenging situation right now. We have a big target, which how we can support the government strategy and vision and mission to reach 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 BCF per day in 2030. And how we can also support the productions and development in the coming years, in the year 2020 and the year after. As we all know that our production's also still declining, yeah, and we couldn't achieve the target in 2021. Now we need to work together how we can actually move on and accelerate all of our program to develop what we have and to support the increasing oil production and reserves. In Pertamina Subholding Upstream, we have a lot of actually development programs. As we all understand, the key issues here is that how we can actually accelerate the conversions of the contingent resources to productions. This is a very key issues. In our plate right now, we do have a lot of contingent resources. Some of those contingent resources need to have a good plan as we can develop that commercially. Yeah, of course, the important thing is that technically we can develop that, commercially we can develop that, and how we can actually develop that in a very efficient way and together with better fiscal terms. Yeah, we have been provided by the government on, for example, Mahakam on the fiscal term, and this is a very good fiscal term for us to commercialize the contingent resources that we have in Mahakam block, which now we move on in a very aggressive plan and quite massive in Mahakam block to not only maintain the production but try also to increase the productions and also do some other future exploration. Yeah, that is a very important thing. And we are also working on the other incentive on the other field, as such that we can also put a very aggressive and massive development later on to convert our resources into the productions. Our time is very limited, as we discussed yesterday, that our time is only how we can, monetize and develop all of our resources by 2030, 2040, where we could see that the usage of the fossil fuel is still increasing. So we have to work together, yeah, between among the producers, the government, and all of the stakeholders, yeah, the supplier, the vendors, and let's move together technically if we can develop the field more efficiently. Yeah, Pertamina operations and fields right now, around 60% are maturing fields. Yeah, 60 to 70%. So it needs a technical and also how we can optimize all the costs, not only operating expenditures, but also, capital expenditure, as such that when we pursue the development, the gain is become less and less. So we do need to apply less and less cost to enable us to produce that. So these are the key. We are very confident, yeah, with the progress that we have right now, yeah, since 2020, 2021, that we are able to reduce our costs. We are able to develop our field more efficiently than the year before. That we are quite confident that we could apply quite massive development in our plan, as such that we can convert the contingent resources quite fast enough into productions. Especially that we are now operating a rock and block, which is quite critical for us to operate that block and to increase the reserves and production from that block. We will, have a quite aggressive plan in rock and block that we will drill development wells quite, a lot. And right now we are drilling more than 160 wells, and the year after we will drill even more. And also we'll develop, some of our project in the water flood, improve oil recovery, and then we have enhanced oil recovery plan. Those are all the things that we are doing all together. And we couldn't do that by ourselves alone. We need support from the government. We need support from, especially from all of the technical expertise from vendor, from our supplier, to enable us to do that all together. Thank you very much, Marcus.
Thanks, Budiman. That's great. Maybe I can ask the same question to Atiza. And it's in the context of, ExxonMobil's global operations. When you sort of look from 100,000 feet and you say, what's getting in the way? What are the themes? I'm sure that many of those are actually very similar to what Budiman has talked about. But are any other twists as a result of being a global major that has to allocate capital across the world and as a result makes choices that are not more complex, but they have to justify themselves against a whole range of other things that you're working on?
Thank you very much, Marcus. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Great to be here with this distinguished panelists, and obviously all of you in the audience. I think we've got a lot of challenging questions to really address today, and that's what many of the panelists and discussions have been about. The specific question, Marcus, that you have posed here, from my perspective, or ExxonMobil perspective, if we just rewind the clock just 2 years, just 2020, the challenges that the industry has gone through are very, very, very significant, and probably the biggest downturn that the oil and gas sector has actually seen since probably World War II. And we are literally just coming out of some of that incredibly challenging environment that as an industry we have almost never felt, or it's been decades since we have felt. And that has had rather deep implications on the business in terms of how we think about the business and how we strategize, and particularly us being in a very long cycle business, how do we see the future? So specifically to the very near term objectives in Indonesia, as you were talking about, are we on plan, and what are some of those challenges that we're facing? For us in Indonesia, some of the very near term objectives are actually going rather smoothly and rather well. We have recently been able to work with SKK Migas to plan for a drilling campaign, 7 wells that we plan to drill in the combination of infill and plastic wells that we plan to drill over the coming couple of years. And we'll look to add another approximately 43 million barrels of oil to the overall production profile within the Cepu block. But longer term is where really the more difficult conversation happens, and what are some of those roadblocks, and how do you strike the right balance between continuing to achieve the objectives of 1 million barrels a day and 12 BCFD of gas by 2030, while simultaneously managing the environmental impact. And for us as ExxonMobil, we've coined this as our dual challenge and the industry's dual challenge. And I think it's even more profound and more exacerbated in developing economies where there is a significant need for growth, significant need for energy that needs to be provided to a growing economy, an economy like Indonesia, which is growing at a rather rapid pace. How do you ensure that you're able to reliably supply, economically supply, energy and feed the economy while at the same time managing the environmental impacts of the oil and gas sector. And striking that right balance is going to be of most critical importance. And this is where a lot of discussion between the industry and the government really needs to take place in terms of what are the right policies and what are the right sort of regulatory regimes, that promote a smooth, transition. Because if the change is made too rapidly, it will have consequences to reliability of energy. It's evidenced very recently about where we have seen some of the commodity prices in Europe or North Asia, particularly with natural gas, where it's significantly fluctuating. And that type of volatility isn't always easily absorbed in developing economies. In more developed economies, that some of that cost can be passed on to the consumers. It's a lot more challenging in developing economies. And that's something that we need to be really mindful of in Indonesia. At the same time, as we look to invest in the oil and gas sector, and for ExxonMobil, when we put this into the global perspective, I'll just go back to how Pak Fatah really summarized a couple of the key comments around the fact that we have to have in Indonesia a fiscal regime that is attractive enough to attract global capital. And for us as a global company, as ExxonMobil as a global company, the capital is competing across our global portfolio. And for it to come to Indonesia and for investments to be attracted in Indonesia, it has to really be able to meet that the global threshold. And that's where open dialogue that SKK Migas has been having with, at least with ExxonMobil and the industry, I think is really valuable. And that open dialogue really allows us to find that win-win solution to be able to bring that capital to Indonesia for longer term investments. I'll just build on that just a little bit. An area that we are supremely still focused on, and I would say this has become a lot more evident more recently in the last just a couple of years, is really the break-even period of a lot of our investments. Gordon talked about this. I think the rest of the panel is talking about this. There is a strong need, and there's no dispute about this, around the fact that we do need to move to a lower carbon future. The question just is how bumpy is the ride as we move to that future? And when does a lower carbon future really take place in Indonesia, right? Is it 2030? Is it 2035? Is it 2040? Is it 50? Is it 60? Or is it beyond? And that for us is becoming increasingly important as a company, is when we take a look at new greenfield upstream developments and investments, what we are really looking for is payback period. So no longer are we simply just focused on what are our IRRs for a project investment, but we're really looking for a payback period calculations, and to really make sure that the line of sight that we have to, let's say, 2030 or 2035 or 2040, that cone of uncertainty is a lot narrower in terms of what the world looks like in that period versus as you go further out beyond that. And so therefore the payback periods have become really important to our calculations, and that ties back to the fiscal incentives. And if the fiscal incentives are there to accommodate some of those metrics, I think there is room for further investment in the oil and gas sector, because the oil and gas sector still needs to continue to provide energy, and particularly in developing economies, it's even more critical for the growth of the economy.
No, that's great, thank you. I'm conscious we have a lot of questions, so I'm going to raise my hand after each one when I ask each of you to contribute, and thanks for that. What I'd like to do is just switch slightly, because we've talked about the fiscal structure, we talked about the commerciality, and this additional thing which is around bounding effectively payback periods which relate to the energy transition, which is an interesting overlay. Maybe I can come to Ronald, because in his business it's not just oil and gas, it's also power and chemicals, and therefore when you think about the incentives, it would be interesting to get your insights into how you look at this from a Medco perspective, to say, well, actually, what do I make choices about? And what are the incentives for your company that have made the biggest difference? And then what I'd like to do then is ask Diego the same question, if I may.
Thank you for the questions. Good morning, everyone. I think, you know, to answer your question, maybe I give you a bit background, yeah. So I will start a bit, in the last 2 years, you can see that government, yeah, in here, SKK Migas and ESDM, I think has been working very hard to rebuild good investment climate in Indonesia. Yeah, and for oil and gas, that's for oil and gas sector. I divide it into three areas. Yeah, first area is the related to contract sanctity. Yeah, so you see that there are some minister regulations that not aligned with the PSA contracts. Yeah, and 4 minister regulation, I think 2 already fixed, and 2 minister regulations need to be, revisited. Yeah, I think for Hatar, that's related to PI 10% and also to ASR, so abandonment and site restoration. The second area is about the fiscal incentive. You know, I think people know already, Pak Fatar already talk about, how to attract more investment. If you look at the exploration layer, yeah, exploration layer, already a better split, yeah, flexible to choose gross split and cost recovery, reasonable signature bonus and firm working commitment. Yeah, so that's one of the example. And then if you go to the resource to production layer, so I think also the same incentive to have the mega project economics. That's already done. Yeah, I think Pak Budiman mentioned about Mahakam, and also from Medco, we get also incentive to develop one of our offshore field. So that's a good achievement. And then number 3 is ease of doing business. I think the same, we see very good progress in the last 2 years. We go to the one door policy, yeah. Even though many people say that one door but many keys, but still okay. I mean, yeah, that's many. I think we are making progress. And there is, I think, there is a new Pak Nanang Untung in the last 2 days ago. I think presidential regulations is being prepared to handle that matters. So I think we are making progress. So I think all the 3 very, I think, equally important. Yeah. That's good. From Medco side, I think, because we have also power business. So we need to balance between what we call investing in E&P and also investing in power. That's to make sure that, to invest in the new clean energy, that's a long-term investment, and return is not as high as in the oil and gas. Despite the capital investment is almost the same. So I think we need to manage, timing for investment. We need to manage also capital allocations, which one that will give more impact. So overall, we need to look at all the 3 items to make a decision for certain investment.
No, that's good. Maybe I can ask you, Diego, and I'm going to combine a couple of questions if I can into the same thing. One is, what is actually that you see as a positive thing in terms of moving forward? But the other one is, what would you like to have in terms of the next step? Given, if you could order it today, and just to give Yezeni a heads up, I'd be interested to see the Petronas view. What's coming out of this conversation is there's a lot of work going on by the government to actually align and create flexibility and take out some of the challenges that have been about the ease of doing business. But there's obviously a lot more to happen. And so from an E&I perspective, as you think about that, what are the things that are making a difference, but also what would you like to see?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Marcus. To respond to your point, I would like to build up to what Ronald just mentioned in terms of the progress that has been made in the last 2 years after the launch of the IOG 4.0 targets. There's a strong commitment from the government, and a number of incentives are being somehow proposed and put together with a progressive development of these and a progressive evolution of these incentives. And why I think it's important to consider the variety of incentives, because not all of us, not all the PSCs have the same needs. So it's very important for the government to have diversification, to offer a diversification of incentives, because all the PSCs will have a dialogue with the government to try to find out what are the right incentives that can be applicable to their own projects to make them more profitable, more attractive, and more sustainable. And the dialogue is the key word, I think. What we can say is that certainly the open dialogue, as Ronald was mentioning, is one of the key points that are actually happening. And we are working, all of us, very hard with the government, and I think the cooperation is there. And I think the key point that I would say is that more and more we are talking as a partners rather than as a counterparty. Because, you know, time is running up, as you said, as we said in the last 2 days. Now is the time for the industry to put together the right steps and to do the right steps to arrive to certain targets. In terms of E&I, we are, as you know, we are very active. We have our Kutai Basin activities. We are focused on that area where we have our facilities, we have our, we can build upon our existing facilities and the existing facilities in the area, such as Bontang LNG plant or the East Kalimantan system, where we cooperate with Pertamina Hulu Makan. We are the main producers there. And obviously, for us, it's crucial to have now and going forward a simplified process, lean and ease of doing business, time to market, and I think we are in the right way, in the right path. The dialogue with the Ministry of Energy, the dialogue with SKK Migas is very fluent. It's very fluid. We are working together to try to find a way to expedite the needed process to guarantee certain sustainability and certain resilience of our projects that will allow us to keep doing what we are doing in the area.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Maybe I can ask Zaidi for a comment here, and it's in the context of the fact that I know you've just come from the President's Office of Petronas. So, and having worked in a similar role, obviously you're looking at Petronas's global operations and what they do, and you have also, as a country, gone through the same issues around how do I attract, with all the changes in the laws, for example, around late life field development. So, when you sort of look over that landscape, how does that affect the way that you think about the next level of incentives that would make a difference? You know, what would be the couple of things that would make a big difference for you as an investor coming in?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning. Marcus, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank SKK Migas top management, Pak Batar and the team for the warm welcome for me in this in my first week in Indonesia, and able to be together with all these distinguished leaders in Indonesia, talk about the industry. I think in my experience throughout, as you know, Petronas is playing a dual role in Malaysia and also internationally. We are the host authority, the custodian of the resources in Malaysia, but we are also investors in in Malaysia and also internationally. So I think the key contributing factors that can, if I want to align with what the IOG 4.0 is all about, is one of it is building collaboration. I think that is very important to strengthen the collaboration between investors and stakeholders. I think through our experience in that dual role, clear roles and responsibility between every single stakeholders are very important in achieving the same objective, especially in Indonesia, your target to increase production and to achieve 1 million barrel per day and also the 12 BSCFD per day gas by 2030. This can be achieved by collaboration and also along the journey from exploration to production and finally decarbonization. With the renewable energy emerging at unprecedented pace since the last energy revolution, I think it's very key for the industry player to achieve their pledge for decarbonization. And transparent strategy from host authorities in implementing specific initiative to promote oil and gas become very imperative to many investors. For example, I think I want to quote some of regulation that have been introduced from time to time that in Indonesia, like this shall consider the PSC contract sanctity, what mentioned by Pak Ronald just now. The operationalization of the new regulations shall be complemented with step-by-step guideline. I think we have to go in depth on the guideline. So this will prevent misunderstanding and also wrong application by the investors. So this has been proven with some of the Peraturan Menteri like number 8 and number 10 in 2020 and also Keputusan Menteri 89K and 90K 2020 on implementation of gas price capping for certain industry. So the gas price capping was successfully implemented with SKK Migas support in driving the regulation through specific petunjuk technique and also leave no gray areas among the parties affected. So I think this is an example that what we should be done in the future when we have regulation introduced to the industry. Another key factors that will make Indonesia more attractive to the eye of the current and potential new investor will be the monetization routes and commercialization of the discovered resources. So I think Indonesia is among the countries with significant undiscovered and undeveloped hydrocarbon resources in Southeast Asia. So just to compare what we have, recently we introduced some advantageous fiscal term that will mitigate the related risks for monetization. For example, we have deep water fiscal term, specific late life asset fiscal term, service contracts, and also some special PSC for marginal and stranded field. I think this is among the potential solution that we can be adopt in our industry here as well. So I think as conclusion, strengthening SKK Migas' role and responsibility and capability in managing the resources, especially on commercialization of gas projects, should be given more attention here. Despite the availability of large gas resources, the demand are divided across island and regional specific. So in order to strike the target in 2030, I think the assistance from SKK Migas is very important, and the steer is pretty much appreciated. So I believe we can achieve great success with strong support and collaboration together in the industry to accomplish future gas project or development project. So, and also to add, the role of host authority as a gas aggregator role in connecting the dot for infrastructures and also matching the commerciality of gas project is more crucial now rather than ever.
Thank you, that's good. Let me round this section off, and I'm going to ask Gary to give some thoughts on collaboration, both from a perspective as a player in the industry, but also as president of the Indonesian Association of Producers. Because I think what has been said all the way through this conversation is about open dialogue, and the language is changing. It's quite noticeable from collaboration to partnership, which is quite an interesting shift, and it'd be great to get your insights. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to jump to the final piece, because I'm conscious that we are running out of time very rapidly, as we did last year. But it would be great to get your insights, actually, from both your personal perspective as a senior executive in Premier, but also from the IPA perspective, if you would.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. as Marcus said, I'm sort of wearing two hats today. So I'm here as country manager for Premier Oil, Harbour Energy, as we're now known, and also as president of the IPA. I think in terms of collaboration, we've heard it from some of my colleagues on the panel. We're seeing collaboration in many different areas recently, and I think we've seen quite a lot of it even just in the last 2 days, which is encouraging. I think one area that I've seen personally recently is a lot more collaboration between operators. So in terms of things like rig sharing, sharing supply base, vessel contracts, I've been sharing with Pat Ronald this year. We're also sharing with KUFPEC, who are a new operator in terms of offshore drilling. And then next year, you know, we're going to be sharing deep water drill ships in the Andaman area between ourselves and also with Repsol and hopefully maybe even Diego, if Diego wants to use the same rig. So I think there's lots of examples of collaboration between the PSC operators. And what's also interesting there is some of these operators are operating under gross split. Some of them are operating under cost recovery. And in terms of the formalities, it's quite difficult for those two types of PSCs to collaborate and share contracts. But we've had great support from SKK Migas in terms of flexibility around those contracting procedures, which has allowed the same contract to be transferred between the different types of PSC. So that's very helpful, and it just improves our efficiency. I think in terms of the government, we're also seeing a lot of collaboration and flexibility. We've seen it just again this week in terms of the government's willingness to extend PSCs very quickly when required, and also in terms of the fiscal incentives that are being offered to unlock some of the previously uneconomic reserves for the it's the mutual benefit of the operator and the country. And then finally, I think in terms of the balance between unlocking these marginal reserves but keeping the gas price low enough to stimulate industrial activity, again we've seen the government's willingness to reduce their split, reduce the government take in order to still attract investment, but keep gas prices low enough that it stimulates industrial activity. So again, it's great collaboration, I think, and it's all based on, as you say, open dialogue, open and honest discussions about what we need as investors, and what the government need and what the end users need. So I'll maybe finish on just one slightly, not a negative point, but maybe an area for improvement. I think where we still sometimes get frustrated is the collaboration between the various government ministries. So, we have great support from SKK Migas, from Migas, from ESDM, but we can see it, as the industry, we can see sometimes, let's just say, minor misalignment between the various other ministries that are involved in the regulation. So I think, again, we need to work together, maybe use some of our embassies and try and engage at a higher level in the government to help ESDM to influence the other ministries, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, so that we can reach a compromise that works for everyone. Yeah?
Good. Whilst the organising committee could figure out whether we have some additional time since we started early, and if they could do that in the next 2 minutes, that would be hugely helpful. I'm conscious we have about 10 minutes. Let's just switch now gears to the area of synergies. Because there's a danger with this whole conversation that, yes, it's quite difficult to move ahead in terms of the challenges. And Pak Fatah talked about the reserves replacement ratio, for example. That's a huge challenge of 300% RRR. Also, if I look at what Pak Budiman is doing, it's the largest producer in Indonesia. It is a huge work program. And therefore you look at it to somewhat as a bit of a mountain to climb, But there are a number of things, clearly, that as we talk, you can see that flexibility is improving, the conversations are improving. And it would be good to just get some insights in terms of your views, particularly around what the synergies really are with this. Because what is coming out as a theme is that if we can unleash and remove the barriers to accelerating production, then there's a dual benefit, one for the economy, of course, and also for the fact that it returns cash back to the businesses where you can reinvest in other things. So apologies for jumping to the end of this, and I'm looking for a signal from my colleagues in the corner over there. Do we have 10 minutes? Eduardo's joined us. Eduardo,
Hi.
Apologies.
Hi. That's okay, Marcus.
Maybe, actually your timing is perfect. We started to, let me get so I can see you on the screen. We started to talk about, we've talked about really some of the challenges and the work programs that have been put in place in order to deliver 1 million barrels a day of oil and 12 BCF of gas. It would be good to get your insights into, particularly given your financial background, as you look at the synergies going forward, particularly in terms of the energy transition, you know, what policies would you want to be in place, particularly this whole theme of the financial attractiveness of the business? What are the policies and regulations that you would like to see that would make a big difference?
Okay. Thank you, Marcus. Good morning, Pak Fatah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edo from EMP. To answer your questions, Marcus, as we all know that we are planning to achieve net zero emissions by 2060 and greenhouse gas emission to peak in 2000. While at the same time ensuring that the substitution from fossil fuel to renewable energy should happen gradually so that the unexploited reserves will not become stranded assets. And I think that that is the best policy for us to be moving forward. Since I believe that Indonesia is a resource-based nation, creating a policy in where fossil fuels and renewables could coexist together. Basically, compensate its weaknesses for one another is the best option. Also, with the government approach through carbon capture storage is also an additional option for us to continue the use of fossil fuel and at the same time limiting or reducing the greenhouse gas emission. Our policy also stated that by 2030, fossil fuel will still exceeds about 60 to 70% of its energy mix. And with some analysts suggested by 2030, our demand for crude oil will increase significantly from current level to around 1.6 million barrels per day. The program towards 1 million barrels of local production is a program that is not easy, but I believe it's achievable. So I think the answer is yes. The current policy for us to increase the oil and gas production to meet demand, but at the same time, also introducing us to methods for reducing the carbon production. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you. Can we get a time check from the team over in the corner, whether we have additional time? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. Maybe I can come back to Gary, and it's in the context of the incentives, particularly for different scales of companies in terms of operating in the basin, given clearly the capacity, the financial capacity of the large IOCs is a very different place than some of the smaller companies. And really your views on, do you think that the regulations and support structures from the government should be tailored to a whole range of different companies, recognizing their liquidity, their position in the market, what their role is, and actually their strategy in some cases is quite different. And I use your example because I think it's one of the unique cases where private equity is now involved in the whole agenda where up until now it was dominated by basically companies that were debt financed at your scale and move forward. And now we're starting to see private equity come in and take over what was the purview of smaller companies. So it'd be interesting to hear your sort of insights.
Okay, thanks, Marcus. Clearly, I think we heard it from Gordon's speech this morning, that I think during the energy transition, different companies are viewing the transition in different ways, and certainly Artisa and the larger companies are under tremendous pressure to transition quickly. It's coming from shareholders, it's even coming from governments, as we've seen with Shell recently. Whereas I think there's another group of companies, possibly including ourselves, but when you're private equity backed, you maybe take a shorter term view in terms of sticking with oil and gas and remaining an oil and gas company, at least for the foreseeable future. So yes, there are different requirements depending on who your investors are and who your main stakeholders are. But I think we've seen from SKK Migas in the last year or two that they're very open to that type of discussion. So yes, the incentives do vary from company to company, and they need to. Companies are also at different stages in field life, in PSC life, and hence they need different types of incentive in order to be able to sanction their projects. And we've seen that, as Pat Ronald said, Medco have secured some incentives recently, and I think many of the other IPA members are very close to securing incentives from SKK Migas that will unlock activity. So a bit of a long-winded answer, but the answer is yes. We need to have a bespoke approach to each of the individual investors and each of the PSC situations that they're in, and we seem to be getting that from SKK at the moment. So again, quite encouraging.
Thank you. A final set of questions. No, okay, we don't. We have 5 minutes? 15? 30? Fantastic, sorry. Right. Jolly good, we're back on track. Let's move to, I'm going to flip back to some of the questions that we were going to miss out just to get really the color of the conversation moving. And I'm going to ask Pak Budiman because he has the challenge of unconventionals. And which is not, it's a different business altogether. It's a manufacturing business. It requires a different set of skills. So I'd be interesting, what do you think the key enablers are around the whole unconventional agenda? Because it's a significant part, obviously, of the future for Indonesia. And what do you see some of the barriers, but also some of the potential in terms of how to unlock that?
Thank you, Marcus, for the questions. Regarding the unconventionals, I think in the past we have been discussing, or we discussed a lot about one of the unconventional with the cold bed methane, CBM, which I think in 5-6 years ago we all the players were very excited on this CBM, but all the difficulties that we were facing at the time, and which actually shown us that the commercialization of the CBM is very difficult. Yeah. This altogether because of the infrastructure and the limitations of the off-taker and also timing of monetizations of the CBM and all of the costs provided a big challenges on the commercialization of the CBM, and it was fading away. It was fading away. Maybe there will be sometimes again that we need to think about that again, yeah, to kind of reinventing a new thing on how we can actually pursue this cold bed methane. because Indonesia actually has a lot of potentials on this CBM. And maybe some of the fiscal or some of the taxations that we need to work together with the government and with all of the stakeholders so that we can monetize this on find a new way how to pursue this. The other thing that we are thinking right now and try to develop a plan on the shale oil or shale gas. As Pak Dodi Abdasah yesterday from Bandung Institute of Technology has shown us that a lot of potentials on this MNK, especially in South Sumatra and Central Sumatra, with a lot of Pertamina upstream subholding fields located in this, including Blok Rokan and others operating area in Central Sumatra and South Sumatra. But here in Indonesia, we don't have any experience and technology on pursuing that. So we need to have, conducting some studies and research and working together with a company which have technical and operating capability to form strategic alliances with all of the operators in Indonesia which have potentials of the unconventional shale oil and shale gas. I think this is something that we are right now thinking and pursuing, and we are trying to talk with other operators to form kind of strategic alliances on evaluating, researching, and also try to develop a plan how we can actually pursuing and monetizing the shale oil and shale gas. Because I think the potentials are there and the rewards are there, but again, we need to do that fast enough. And of course, the working together with government, SKK Migas and Ministry of ESDM are very important, because again, we may need a fiscal term for this. Yeah, again, because this is kind of a difficult basins, difficult technology, and maybe need a big capital. And we need to find a way how we can monetize that, working together with government, a specific fiscal terms to enable us to actually unlock the unconventional. So this is something that we have to work together, collaborating between among all of the stakeholders, operators, Pertamina, vendors, government, and all of the other ministries which are also will involve in these efforts.
So maybe I can ask Pak Vata, since it sounds like you're going to get lots of requests. It'd be interesting to get your insights in terms of how you see that whole unconventional playing out, given it is a different business altogether. Thanks, Pak Budiman.
Yeah. We got a lot of potential on the unconventional. We have done a number of unconventional working areas. It didn't work. Some of them, sometimes we have conflicting in the depth right. We cannot drill, and then somebody have to take care, and then the development of unconventional also takes huge cost when you monetize. And also, it's very difficult to, to get the competitive price. Of course, something that we have to, to change, especially on the policy of the fiscal. The big one that we identified today is at the Central Sumatra area, which is the shale oil, which is at the Rokan block. So, with the policy that we have, to split the, or to separate the right of the PSC, especially from the ministerial ESDM regulation, then we can move forward to split, because the Rokan block, we have the conventional and unconventional. With this huge resource, we are trying right now, working with the experienced third party or operator in the global area that play this unconventional. So Pertamina right now, they operate this block. So how we gonna manage this together? You know, through whether through the cooperation between Pertamina and the global operator or separate. So this must be done very quickly. As I mentioned to you before, the gap that we have in order to to achieve the 2030, not only coming from the conventional, but we have to fill with the unconventional. So that's why we need to have a very aggressive, 9 years to go. It's very, very, it's very short time period to get this project delivered. So we need to also rely upon this unconventional. The one that presented by ITB shows that we have a lot of potential. We need to unlock. So again, I agree with the Pak Budiman said that the fiscal regime on unconventional must be very specific that we have to do. We are still working on that. Our team working with the ASDM office in order to attract unconventional to make more economic, and the investor is welcome, is really eager to come and operate the blocks.
Very good. I want to go back to the issue of synergies, or as some people might think about them, some of the challenges. So as you move forward with looking at emissions management and carbon abatement, one of the challenges out there is the increasing pressure on everybody to invest in that. So it's obviously taking funds out of the normal investment process and investing. And I just wonder if I maybe come to Diego to think about, as an IOC who obviously is based in Europe, where the pressure that I observe on IOCs is probably the strongest at the moment, and I'm sure people will catch up progressively. But how you sort of think about that problem of, those global trends are coming through, they're starting to influence everybody in terms of getting emissions down. But there's also a school of thought, and particularly the IEA has said this, is that for things like methane emissions and venting and things like that, actually there's a good business case for improving efficiency and productivity. So it's not just a negative thing, it's actually quite a positive thing about the operating practices. How do you see it in terms of the way you look at your operations across the globe?
Yeah, that's an important question, I would say very, very, current nowadays. As you said, Eni, being a European company, is fully involved into the decarbonization process. And our long-term strategy is actually setting very important targets towards 2050 with strong commitments, where in 2050 our company has committed to deliver to the customers fully decarbonized products. But we not only have done that, we have also set up intermediate targets by 2030, 2040, and 2050 in order to commit ourselves not only on the long run, but also in some intermediate important milestones. The way to arrive to that is a combination of new technologies, the continuous search for efficiency, as you were mentioning, into the upstream business, and a more and more focus into the natural gas business. Indeed, in 2050, we foresee that our upstream production will be around 90% natural gas. The results towards the decarbonization can also be achieved through a combination of, as I said, of efficiency, but also investing into, the energy transition projects, such as the carbon capture and storage. As a company, we are very active all around the world, and in particular in Europe. We have 2 big projects, one in the UK and one in Italy, of carbon CCS. And we are also pursuing some other opportunities. We're also active in forestry projects. So that's a combination of factors where the upstream will keep playing a key role. Because at the end of the day, we are called upon being flexible, resilient, and provide projects with the right time to market to catch the opportunity window that we have at the moment. And definitely the key word is efficiency and resilience. In the long term, you think about the prices that we are seeing right now. And, Pafata correctly said at the beginning, the cyclic that we have in terms of, the cycles that we live in terms of pricing. And if you think about what happened in the last years, when we had the first conference, the price was $45 8 months before was less than 20. What it means is that our projects here in Indonesia, but everywhere in the world, have to be very much resilient, with the right time to market, and able to provide the proper remuneration, the proper return in a very short time frame. And that's very important here, coming back to our context, to do that in the cooperation, in the collaboration with the authorities, trying to get the proper incentives for us to monetize the resource, timely monetize the resource through linear processes that can help us helping the country to achieve the ambitious target by 2030, at the same time being consistent with the long-term strategy that our company has set up.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to the issue again about emissions, and maybe I can call on Ronald to talk about this. Given your challenge of a company that's got a whole number of segments that you're investing in, is there something that you would look to the government to do with regard to incentives around focusing on basically CO2 remediation, abatement, that would help actually incentivize you to move or accelerate the process? For some companies, that's happening geographically, but it's not happening globally. Although, as Diego said, you know, the ENI has got its stance on this. I know ExxonMobil has got it, and it's a consistent approach. Is there something that SKK Migas can support and help in terms of moving that incentivization forward?
To answer your question, I think yes. From Medco, we look at the pressure during energy transition. I think everybody get the pressure related to greenhouse gas emissions, yeah, and energy transition. From our side, we look at this as a more diverse business. So we have Medco has an advantage that we have E&P arms, and also we have clean power arms. Besides, we have mining arm. So we look at this as a more diverse opportunity for more diverse business. And if you look at the Indonesia, I think the regulations that provided now, I think we are just starting. Yeah. There is one minister regulation that released in July that's related to management of emissions, gas flaring. So that's about flare gas. That's I think the first regulations that just released in July. And then I think SKK, if you look at the 24 key programs under IOG, I think SKK Migas already put low carbon initiatives into that program. So I think we will see more, yeah, more within this year until next year. So next year, I think we will discuss more about that one. I want to touch about the carbon removal. We have conducted several studies, yeah, about the CCS and CCUS. I think everybody say that technology is proven or something, but I want to tell you that's very expensive. For that one, we need to have collaborations. We need to build. If I look at, for example, Sumatra area, there's a high potential of carbon capture and storage over there. But to make that happen, we need to build the ecosystem. So we need to build the ecosystem and collaborations among the parties. And then I want to touch also about collaborations. I think we need to remember also that our service companies will play a very important role in these collaborations. Why I said that one? Because for us, we have the long-term plan. We know that this is the one that we want to develop, right? But service company, they are C, but they don't know what they need to look at the tender. So the collaboration between oil companies and service companies is also a key. Yeah. That's I think that's the thing that we need to move forward together. Thank you.
That's really helpful because you've just leaded me into the final question, which is great. And maybe if I can ask a teaser to start with, and it's the whole issue of gas and the world, of course, CCUS. So I think there's a general recognition that gas is going to be part of the energy mix out to 2050. It's actually going to supersede oil. And of course, there are various stories around, is it a transition fuel, but also the potential, particularly in terms of hydrogen, and particularly in the Far East. And so it'd be interesting to get your view, Teaser, just around the way ExxonMobil is thinking about this. Because there's sort of a couple of models here. One is that you continue to generate your gas streams, and then you shift to CCUS, or you start to create what effectively are CCUS hydrogen ecosystems, which is an emerging model, I think, in Europe in particular. And I know Diego, the team in ENI, is involved in exactly that kind of system, actually, with CCUS and manufacturing and steel and things. So it'd be good to get your insights into how you see that playing out, either as a more conventional approach to CCUS, as well as the broader ecosystems that will naturally evolve. And then I'll come back, if I may, to you, Zaini, just to get Petronas's view.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I mean, we very much see gas playing an incredibly critical role over the long horizon. I mean, the reality is it goes without much discussion that the world's population is continuing to grow. I mean, by 2040, we expect the world population to be over 9 billion people. 9 billion people will consume more energy, and we need to provide them reliable and stable and cost-effective source of energy. And gas is that sort of the low-hanging fruit in our view as well, that it provides a significant benefit from a power generation perspective, as well as power into the industrial complexes, particularly what I would call the hard to decarbonize sort of part of the energy value chain. I mean, many of these, I think we overlook the fact that many of the industrial complexes actually cannot run on renewable energy sources as we see them today. You just cannot get enough horsepower or energy out of the renewable sources to run in a cement factory or an aluminum smelter, right? And all of those basic commodities actually feed into the economic development and economic growth of any society that we're in. And so you specifically talked about Asia-Pac. I mean, Asia-Pac is where primarily you have the population densities with India and China, or countries like Indonesia, and that's where the highest sort of growth in GDP is also going to take place. So we very much see gas playing a critical role, particularly in power generation and industrial complex, meeting the industrial complex sort of needs and demands in this particular region. But in addition to that, gas is very, what I would say, is complementary to the renewable sources. The intermittency of the renewable sources is something that the industry is constantly dealing with. The wind isn't always necessarily blowing, and the solar panels aren't always working because the sun isn't always shining. And then we have this challenge of storing power. Power storage is obviously a significant cost. And although there are advancements that are being made, but in a larger scale, those aren't necessarily there just yet. And with the advent of gas-fired power plants, the new technology with the gas-fired turbines that's coming, that's on an annual basis, that's being put into place, and the efficiency ratings are going up. I mean, some of these gas-fired turbines can be, fully operational within a matter of seconds. And so the intermittency management through gas-fired power generation is very unique, and I think gas also plays this very, very complementary role for the renewable sources as well. And I very much believe that, I talked about this earlier, about the volatility of the change. And what I mean by that is, we do need to transition to a lower carbon future over the longer horizon. But changes have to be made very systematically and with a lot of thought given to the volatility that comes with some of those changes. And that's where I think gas kind of offers that stable source of supply, a dependable, reliable source of supply at more predictable sort of prices. And I think it can hopefully meet the society's needs as we continue to consume more energy.
Thank you. I'm conscious that I've just had a message that we are about to run out of time, and I see that my MC colleagues are over there. So let me wrap this up. Firstly, thank you for all your contributions. That was a great conversation. I think it really does demonstrate that the business has moved forward in terms of the way people are thinking about partnership. Flexibility is one of the key themes, and also understanding that actually we're all in this together. There's a common goal. And I think the point that was made around COVID and the challenges that the industry has gone through says that we can step up to the plate. I'm also reminded of one particular comment which I thought was rather good, which is it's great to have policies, but they have to turn into procedures that make sense at the front line so that when you're dealing with somebody in the oil and gas sector, they understand what you're asking them to do. But I think terrific conversation. Thank you very much for contributing. And thank you. I'll hand you back to the team over in the corner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard, for being a moderator for this panel. And to all panelists, please remain on stage for a moment of appreciation to receive a memento from SKK Migas.
And on behalf of SKK Migas, we'd like to give the honor to Bapak Fattaryani Abdurrahman as the Vice Chairman of SKK Migas to present a memento to our offline panelists.
Okay, for the first memento will be given to our moderator, Mr. Marcus Richards. Big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And for the next one, to Mr. Gary Selby. And please another round of applause for Mr. Gary Selby. The next one to Mr. Diego Portuguese. Please big round of applause for Mr. Diego Portuguese. And the next one to Bapak Ronald Gunawan. Boleh kita juga berikan tepuk tangan untuk Bapak Ronald Gunawan. And the next one to Bapak Budiman Parhusip. All right, and last but not the least, Mr. Yuzaini bin Muhammad Yusuf. Thank you so much for your big round of applause for our panelists. And please do take a photo group together. Bapak Fattaryani Abdurrahman with all the panelists and also our moderator, Mr. Marcus Richard. And please do display the memento given by SKK Migas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause one more time to this panel, to our moderators and our panelists. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Would you please return to your seat? Thank you so much. All right, such an inspirational moment with this panel and our speakers, our panelists. Thank you so much, sir. You might return now to your seat.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we head on to the next agenda, we kindly remind you that the Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021 will not be possible without the support of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and also all sponsors of this event. And therefore, SKK Migas would like to thank PGN Saka,
ExxonMobil Cepu Limited,
PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero,
Pertamina Hulu Energy Upstream Subholding,
Medco INP Indonesia,
PT Karya Mentari Seraya and PT Inta Prima Solusindo,
BP Berau Limited,
PT Silo Maritime Perdana Tbk,
Konsorsium Asuransi Aset Industri Sumur dan Aset LNG SKK Migas atau K3S,
Repsol Saka Kemang BV,
Inpex Masela Limited,
PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk,
Petronas Carigali Indonesia,
Premier Oil Natuna C BV,
PT Kilang Pertamina Internasional, and many others.
And we have provided you with the state-of-art sponsor corners at the exhibition hall, and we welcome you to visit them.
Dan kami informasikan juga bahwa Anda bisa bertemu langsung dengan para eksibitor secara online dalam website kita.
And all online participants could also visit the lounge to mingle and go networking online.
There is also a games corner. Don't forget to continue collecting your score and points at the game corner. Join the trivia quiz and passport challenge. Dan bagi Anda yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard tertinggi harian akan mendapatkan hadiah menarik dari panitia berupa voucher e-commerce.
And there's also a photo booth that you can explore. Silakan coba. Would you please try that photo booth and post on your Instagram? Please do not forget to tag or mention our Instagram at IOG Convention.
Dan tulis kesan-kesan Anda mengikuti IOG Convention 2021 dan jangan lupa juga untuk follow akun Instagram at IOG Convention dan juga at Humas SKK Migas.
Benar sekali, dan juga untuk Instagram Story mohon untuk disimpan di highlight dengan judul yaitu IOG 2021.
Betul, dan pemenangnya akan diumumkan di Instagram Story at IOG Convention pada 1 Desember 2021.
All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for next keynote for today's event, with the theme of synergy among state-owned enterprises in supporting 1 million BOPD and 12 BSCFD gas in 2030.
We kindly invite Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, on behalf of Minister of State-Owned Enterprises.
Selamat pagi Pak Pahala. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Terima kasih untuk waktunya Bapak. Kami persilakan untuk memberikan keynote speech pada pagi hari ini.
Baik, terima kasih Pak MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of the participants and particularly to the organizer of IOG 2021 for inviting me to actually deliver my keynote speech this morning. First of all, words of apologies from myself. Apologies that this morning we had a glitch. I was actually not well informed about the exact timing of the event. And I think also some words of apologies from Mr. Eric Thohir, the Minister of SOE, that he is not able to deliver his speech this morning. First of all, I think we all know that Indonesia has a vision of 2045. We have the aspiration how Indonesia to be able to achieve the golden era by the year of 2045 by being able to become one of the largest economies in the world. We are actually aspiring to become the top 5 economy in the world by the year of 2045. With an average of GDP growth between now until 2045 of about 5.7%. And I think this is actually a very challenging effort for all of us, but also a very strong aspiration and a very strong vision from the president himself. But the challenge is how are we going to be able to ensure that Indonesia will be able to ensure that there is actually enough energy being produced in Indonesia. That is actually one of the 3 key challenges of the SOE, how the SOE, particularly in this case, Pertamina, going to be able to ensure that Indonesia will be able to maintain energy sovereignty and energy independence and energy security to allow our economy to grow at 5.7%. On the other hand, we also expect that energy sector is obviously going to be one of the key sector for us to be able to grow the investment in Indonesia. And the role of Pertamina and the role of SOE to ensure that we will be able to manage the energy security and be able to actually grow investment through partnerships is really what is actually going to be the challenge going forward for the next several years. So as you can see on this next page, and I think everyone, including all of the panelists that we just witnessed just now, are quite optimistic that despite the fact that there is actually a challenge for all of the energy companies and the energy sector overall to ensure that we will be able to reduce emissions, and how are we going to be able to achieve net zero emission, and for Indonesia to achieve net zero emission before 2060, and more on the short term, how are we going to be able to achieve net reduction in terms of emission of about more than 29% in the next 10 years between now until 2030 is really going to be the key challenge. But nevertheless, we see that the growth of demand of oil will continue to grow. And I think one of the key sectors that will continue to drive the growth of the demand of oil is still going to be the transportation and the mobility sectors, despite the fact that we will see that there will still be some growth in terms of electric vehicle, and Indonesia obviously also has the aspiration to become one of the key hubs in terms of the production of battery and the EV. We see that the growth of the demand of oil in Indonesia will continue to grow until 2040 before it tapers off until after 2040. And the similar pattern we see also in terms of the demand of gas. And as a matter of fact, gas will be considered to become one of the key resources during the transition to allow us to continue to actually provide enough energy for the whole economies, but also at the same time try to actually reduce emission as the challenge of the overall country to be able to reduce emission by more than 30% in the next 10 years. And that is why we see that Indonesia continue to become one of the most attractive place for doing business, including that in oil and gas. I think as we have actually witnessed in the last couple of years in the second term of Pak Joko Widodo in his presidency, that we are working very hard to try to actually provide and improve the ease of doing business and ensure that there is actually fiscal competitiveness to invite contractors and to invite others to partner with the SOEs and to partner with the government in terms of how are we going to be able to achieve the 1 million barrel production per day through allowing a better flexibilities in terms of PSC terms for the new blocks and flexibility for existing block by improving the capital intensity, and how are we going to be able to achieve and to develop various initiatives, including some step-out projects. And I think that is actually a very strong signal from the government. And I think as we later on lay out in our presentation that Pertamina, as one of the contractors and one of the SOE that has actually been focusing on developing their upstream assets, is actually witnessing that the government is very serious, and there are already some examples whereby we are actually given a more attractive fiscal incentives to allow us to invest more to develop both the existing as well as the new blocks. And I think this is actually amidst of the various foreign and domestic challenges to be able to actually achieve this. I think we have actually been seeing that oil demand is actually going to globally is actually going to peak, and I think but for Indonesia that is actually a relatively different page that we're actually expecting to show that by 2040, the demand is actually going to continue to rise. But the challenge is how are we in Indonesia going to become and to remain to be a relatively competitive area for people to actually invest in Indonesia, whilst at the same time, I guess the biggest challenge in the oil and gas, particularly on the upstream side, is that how are we going to be able to do this in the midst of achieving the net zero emission before 2060, or try to actually reduce by about 30% before the year of 2030. And I think Pertamina, as the integrated oil and gas company, responded by implementing what we call a new structure of subholding and holding structure, whereby upstream, led by Pertamina Hulu Energy, is becoming the subholding of the upstream business for us. And I think the intention is to achieve a better and more flexible way to partner with others to develop our upstream assets and to become much more responsive and to be able to improve our ability to execute the various projects that we have. That is also the intention of this initiative of building the subholdings. And I think the last thing is how are we going to be able to mobilize resources, including financing of the various initiatives, being very mindful that obviously with all of the parties in the world is trying to achieve net zero emission and trying to actually avoid carbon-related projects, it is actually becoming much, much more challenging for us to find financing to be able to develop various assets on the upstream in oil and gas sector. An example of how we have actually been achieving various partnerships amongst the SOEs is actually PHE is very, very active in terms of pursuing various partnership amongst the SOE ourselves with PLN, PGN, and with Pupuk Indonesia are actually an example of how are we trying to actually achieve these partnerships. And I think this partnership is not only amongst the various SOEs, but also with others within the Indonesia and with the global players. So some of the examples that we are actually exploring partnerships are within the energy transition technologies. Next. As we can see, we are actually trying to actually find partners that will be able to develop low or less carbon power and CCUS technologies to allow us to actually leverage on our existing reservoir, for example. How are we going to be able to implement emission reduction technologies, and how are we going to be able to develop the growth in terms of productions, whilst at the same time also achieve reduction in the use of carbon energies. The other thing is also how are we going to be able to explore with other operators through alliances with contractors with proven technology capabilities and unlock value through digitalization. We believe that there is a lot of opportunities for us to be able to develop our existing as well as new ventures for us by unlocking through the various data that we have, optimizing the various technology and digitalization that is actually can be offered by various contractors. And I think these partnerships obviously will need to actually be approved by the regulators, in this case SKK Migas as well as the Ministry of ESDM. So obviously partnerships and being able to communicate and try to actually push for SKK Migas as well as Ministry of ESDM to collaboratively develop these various contracts and various opportunities for us to actually partner are a very, very important effort. And I think the effort in terms of trying to actually develop a more better fiscal incentive actually has been demonstrated. For example, in terms of how Pertamina is trying to communicate and trying to actually work with Ministry of ESDM, SKK Migas, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Industry, and BPKP, somebody who actually audits Pertamina, is an example of how we have actually been able to develop a better fiscal incentives for Mahakam. As you can see through our communication and through developing a plan and showing all of the relevant parties about what is exactly going to be the impact of these incentives for production. So without incentives, we have only been able to actually develop work program to develop 7 wells. And through these incentives, we will be able to more than develop about 540 wells. So more approximately about 20 times in terms of the work program that we can actually develop. And not only we can actually develop a more aggressive work programs, but we've actually been able to actually develop a very significant increase in terms of the resources. So we have actually been able to actually, through this better incentive, to develop resources by close to about 3 times, from 131 barrel of oil equivalent to 344 barrel oil equivalent. So a very massive increase in terms of resource development and work program by working with the various stakeholders, particularly Ministry of ESDM and SKK Migas. And I think similarly also, we see that there is a significant opportunity for us to try to develop and reverse the decline in production of Rokan. Rokan has continued to become the second largest asset that is actually producing oil in Indonesia right now. And we've seen that there is still an opportunity for us to reverse the declining in the next 5 years. In the last 100 days since the handover, we've seen that we have actually been successfully implement a smooth transition, making sure that there is actually continued to be a safe operation and be able to actually, I think at the end of the year, we hope that we will be able to drill up to about 161 wells in 2021. Of course, this is actually quite a significant reverse from what is actually happening in the last couple of years. And we hope that in 2022, we will be able to actually implement a drilling program to increase it to up to about 500 wells with about 20 drilling rigs in 2022. But I think all of this, again, can only happen with help of all the stakeholders, contractors, working very hard internally to ensure that we are actually being able to manage the contractors, the workers, and be able to ramp up the number of human resources in Pertamina Hulu Rokan. Obviously, decarbonization is a challenge that we need to actually overcome. And I think our upstream subholding of Pertamina Hulu Energy will also need to actually have a strategy on how are we going to be able to help Pertamina overall and all of the SOE to be able to achieve emission reduction of more than 30% in the next 10 years and help Indonesia to achieve net zero before 2060. And we look at that there are 3 initiatives that they will need to actually achieve that by reducing end-to-end emission, transitioning the use of energy from gas oil to gas and later on to new and renewables. And not only that, how are we going to also build adjacent businesses to be able to achieve that? And I think there's a lot of opportunities. Again, partnerships is actually one of the key areas that we are actually going to be able to achieve this building of these new businesses, and also explore step out opportunities by pioneering new breakthroughs, including the CCUS technologies to try to actually develop these various initiatives. Plus, on top of that, having a very clear and concrete baselining of initiatives that we will be implementing in the next 5 or 10 years to achieve and be able to reduce emission, and putting a very strong organization to be able to achieve that. And I think only through the measurements and making sure that we have the data available in terms of trying to achieve these emissions that is actually the only way for us to be able to do that. And we are now monitoring what is exactly going to be the emissions, whether it is actually scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, and what are we going to be able to do it, because I think through the newest presidential decree of carbon offset market, we see that the SOEs can play a very important role in terms of trying to drive the carbon credit offset markets in Indonesia. So in conclusion, I think it is very important to actually underline that Pertamina is strongly encouraging strategic partnerships not only with other contractors and other players in Indonesia, but obviously also partnerships with stakeholders. The Ministry of SOE, the Ministry of ESDM, SKK Migas, and the Ministry of Finance are the 4 major stakeholders to continue to drive fiscal incentives, to continue to drive better partnerships amongst the players. And I think support from the government is very clear. We've seen that in the last couple of years, the government has actually opened better flexibility in terms of fiscal incentives to encourage better capital intensity that we has actually put in place, whether it is actually for new blocks as well as for the existing blocks. And I think better and clearer investment regulation to promote oil and gas industry attractiveness through this energy transition period is clearly going to be required. So with that, we hope that we can continue to push for Pertamina to transform and to be able to actually achieve the challenge of 1 million barrel per day, as well as to try to actually achieve the energy transition through emissions reduction. We are actually very optimistic that that can still be achieved. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, for your keynote speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the preliminary production sharing contract signing. The years of 2020 and 2021 have been tough years for all industries. Pandemic COVID-19 has slowed down economy in many countries and impacted many industries, including the upstream oil and gas industry.
Yes, however, the Government of Indonesia is trying to improve the national oil and gas investment climate with various efforts. In September 2021, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources has announced the winners of the tender for the first bidding of oil and gas contract areas first round in 2021.
Of the 4 contract areas offered, 2 contract areas already have winners, namely South CPP contract area and Liman contract area, with the contract scheme used for both contract areas is PSC Cost Recovery.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to witness further to the announcement of the Working Area Award. Today is preliminary PSC signing by contractors that will be followed by signing by Chairman of SKK Migas and approval by Minister of EMR. The effective date of PSC will be upon the approval of the Minister EMR.
We kindly invite all signees to come up on stage towards the signing table. First, we would like to invite Bapak Kelik Rudi Suharya, Director of PT IMP Tunas Energi.
And Ibu Rina Rat, Senior Manager of New Ventures Indonesia Husky Limited.
We would also like to invite representative of the Government of Indonesia and SKK Migas to witness the PSC signing. First, we would like to invite Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko, Deputy for Finance and Monetization of SKK Migas.
Bapak Mustafid Gunawan, Director of Upstream Oil and Gas Business Development.
And we also invite to witness online Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto.
Ladies and gentlemen, the preliminary PSC signing of South CPP contract area and Liman contract area will be commenced.
And now, all PSC contractors may now sign their documents. All right, all signees, please kindly display the documents. Please kindly, mohon bisa diangkat dokumennya, ditunjukkan kepada rekan-rekan media dan juga tim dokumentasi. And we kindly invite all signee and all witness for a photo group session with the documents. Together, all signees and witness to display the document together and have a photo group session. Can we have a big round of applause for this signing moment? Thank you so much. And to all signees and witnesses, you may now be seated. Thank you so much. And we are about to move to the next agenda.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed the preliminary signing of the two PSCs.
Preliminary PSC signing by contractors that will be followed up by signing by Chairman of SKK Migas and approval by Minister of EMR. And the effective date of PSC will be upon the approval of the Minister EMR.
And it is hoped that the signing of the new contract area and the launching of the second bid round can be a positive signal for Indonesia's upstream oil and gas investment in the midst of the challenges of current global condition.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we enter the lunch break, we will now enter one more session. We still have few sessions before we have our lunch break. And the moment that we are waiting right now is book launching of national capability data on upstream oil and gas supporting industries.
That's right. As an introductory of this book launching, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite Acting Deputy for Supply Chain Management of SKK Migas, Bapak Rudi Satwiko, to deliver his speech.
Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Rudi Satwiko untuk menyampaikan sambutannya.
Betul. Kami persilakan Bapak untuk mendatangi podium yang telah kami siapkan di atas panggung.
Yang terhormat Pak Waka, Bapak-Bapak Deputi dan pimpinan K3S, saya mau menyampaikan launching buku Data Kemampuan Nasional 2021. Mohon waktunya sebentar. Yang terhormat Bapak Wakil Kepala SKK Migas, Bapak Wataryani dan seluruh manajemen SKK Migas. Yang terhormat Wakil Menteri BUMN, Bapak Pala Nugraha Mansuri. Yang terhormat Ibu Pimpinan dan Perwakilan Kontraktor Kontrak Kerjasama dan seluruh hadirin baik yang bergabung secara online maupun yang berada di ruangan ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Saya akan cepat aja, mungkin cuma 5 menit aja. Saya di sini menjelaskan bahwa untuk National Capacity Development kita, untuk hulu migas sudah mencapai 58%, dari procurement yang bernilai 2.580 dan ini mencakup beberapa pengembangan yaitu good services, human resources dan industri. Lanjut. Mengapa kita mengerjakan ini? Karena SKK Migas melihat masih terdapat kesempatan untuk melakukan peningkatan TKDN dan multiplier efek tersebut. Di lapangan kita masih dihadapkan adanya beberapa permasalahan penggunaan produk impor yang terjadi. Sebagai contoh dalam proses persetujuan master list, catatan kami bahwa beberapa pengajuan master list tidak disetujui karena kan beberapa K3S masih menggunakan produk impor. Padahal telah terdapat pabrikan dalam negeri yang mampu memproduksi barang tersebut. Salah satu penyebab hal ini adalah dikarenakan pada saat menetapkan spesifikasi sebagian tim di K3S tidak sepenuhnya aware dan paham tentang kemampuan industri dalam negeri kita. Sehingga spesifikasi yang ditetapkan tidak mempertimbangkan kemampuan nasional dan akhirnya pada saat proses pengadaan produk tersebut hanya dapat disuplai oleh barang impor. Permasalahan ini dapat dikurangi atau bahkan dihilangkan dengan adanya awareness dan pemahaman terhadap peta kemampuan industri penunjang kita. Lanjut. Nanti bukunya seperti ini kira-kira. Lanjut. Dengan adanya buku kemampuan nasional dan penunjang industri migas ini diharapkan tersedianya informasi yang sederhana dan mudah dipahami untuk membantu kita mengetahui peta kemampuan industri nasional. Sehingga pada akhirnya produk dalam negeri dapat tercapai secara optimal, digunakan dalam industri hulu migas dan mampu menciptakan multiplier efek yang maksimal. Lanjut. Benefit dari buku ini nanti kami harapkan adalah acceleration dari procurement process, regulation compliance, increasing local content achievement. Lanjut. Nanti buku ini akan berisi tentang produksi industri per komoditas, spesifikasi produk dalam negeri dan informasi perusahaan. Lanjut. Lanjut. Bapak Ibu semuanya, ini adalah gambaran kemampuan industri kita per komoditas saat ini. Sebagai contoh untuk industri dalam komoditas OCTG saat ini kita telah memiliki 15 perusahaan industri penunjang. Total kapasitas produksi dari 15 perusahaan ini telah terlebih dari 1 juta metrik ton per tahun. Dari profil per komoditas yang disampaikan dalam buku ini, selain terlihat profil kuantitas, juga dapat dilihat bahwa banyak pabrikan dalam negeri yang sudah melakukan ekspor karena sudah dibina oleh Bapak Ibu sekalian dari industri hulu migas. Sehingga perlu kita dorong terus perusahaan-perusahaan ini untuk bisa menjadi duta dan peningkatan ekspor produk dalam negeri. Lanjut. Dari sini kita lihat bahwa bahan-bahan apa yang sudah tersedia, yang warna hijau itu sudah tersedia, yang warna kuning itu terbatas, dan warna merah belum tersedia. Jadi kita lihat kalau dari OCTG yang belum tersedia adalah biletnya, dalam industri pipa hampir semuanya sudah tersedia walaupun terbatas. Lanjut. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, tentu saja dalam tantangan yang harus mampu kita jawab dalam upaya meningkatkan TKDN sekaligus multiplier efek kegiatan hulu migas adalah yang pertama bagaimana investasi menjadi layak dan menarik dengan adanya skala ekonomi yang cukup. Sebagai contoh pada industri bilet, industri ini akan menarik investasi apabila kapasitas produksi minimal berada pada kisaran angka 400.000 metrik ton per tahun. Tantangan yang selanjutnya adalah bagaimana kita mampu mengkonsolidasikan demand kita di K3S sehingga rentang jenis atau tipe produk tidak terlalu bervariasi. Dan yang terakhir adalah selanjutnya bagaimana adanya peningkatan investasi TKDN dan multiplier efek kita masih mampu menghasilkan dan meningkatkan efisiensi. Bapak Ibu dan sekian, lanjut. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang terhormat, demikian paparan ini kami sampaikan. Semoga dengan adanya buku data kemampuan nasional industri penunjang migas ini kita mampu meningkatkan multiplier efek industri hulu migas dan pada akhirnya mampu memberikan manfaat sebesar-besarnya untuk negara Indonesia. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Para Bapak Rudi, kami mohon tetap bersama kami di atas panggung. Jangan mana-mana, kami mohon dengan hormat untuk tetap bersama kami di atas panggung. Karena kami akan melanjutkan dengan acara selanjutnya to give the book to BSC contractors. Kepada Bapak Rudi, sekali kami mohon untuk tetap bersama kami di atas panggung.
And ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite the Head Division of Supply Chain and Cost Analysis.
I'm sorry. At this moment, we also like to invite President Director of PT Pertamina Hulu Energi, Bapak Budiman Parhusip. And also Acting President of PC Ketapang Chu Limited, Bapak Wimbu Nawanugroho. And President Director of PT Medco INP Indonesia, Bapak Ronald Gunawan, to come on stage and receive the National Capability Data Book on Upstream Oil and Gas Supporting Industries from SKK Migas. Untuk para bapak-bapak, mohon bisa berdiri di belakang meja yang kami sediakan, karena nanti pemberian buku akan dilakukan di area tersebut. Baiklah, tentunya bersama di atas panggung sudah kita sambut kehadiran dari tentunya Bapak Rudi Satwiko, Bapak Budiman Parhusip, Bapak Wimbu Nawanugroho, dan Bapak Ronald Gunawan. Dan kami persilakan kepada Bapak Rudi Satwiko untuk bisa mengambil bukunya dan masing-masing memberikan secara simbolis kepada masing-masing dari perwakilan dari PSC Contractors pada pagi hari ini. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu dengan meriah.
Dan kami persilakan untuk menuju ke area depan panggung.
Boleh mohon maaf, kami mohon kesediaan berada di area depan panggung, kita akan berfoto bersama. We can invite this distinguished gentleman to take a group picture together and displaying the books. Sekali lagi kita saksikan bersama-sama penyerahan the National Capability Data Book on Upstream Oil and Gas Supporting Industries from SKK Migas. Terima kasih pada Bapak Rudi Satwiko, Bapak Budiman Parhusip, Bapak Wimbu Nawanugroho, dan Bapak Ronald Gunawan, dan kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat duduknya masing-masing. Ya, sebelum kita menuju ke agenda selanjutnya, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next agenda, the second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021 will not be possible without the support of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and also all sponsors of this event. SKK Migas would like to thank PGN Saka,
ExxonMobil Cepu Limited,
PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero,
Pertamina Hulu Energi Upstream Subholding,
Medco INP Indonesia,
PT Karya Mentari Seraya, and PT Intaf Primas Solusindo,
BP Brau Limited,
PT Silo Maritime Perdana Tbk,
Konsorsium Asuransi Aset Industri, Sumur, dan Aset LNG SKK Migas K3S,
Repsol Saka Kemang BV,
Inpex Masela Limited,
PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk,
Petronas Cari Gali Indonesia,
Premier Oil Natuna CBV,
PT Kilang Pertamina International, and many others.
Dan kami informasikan juga bahwa seluruh sponsor ini bisa dikunjungi di Exhibition Hall, di mana Anda bisa bertemu langsung dengan para eksibitor secara online.
Alright, I think we are ready for our next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to witness the signings of Gas Sales Agreement, Amendment of Gas and LPG Sales Agreement, Heads of Agreement, LPG Sales and Purchase Agreement, Letter of Agreement, Side Letter Agreement, and Memorandum of Understanding.
And the first batch of the signing of Gas Sales Agreement and Heads of Agreement, we kindly invite Husky Sinuk Madura Limited and PT Petro Kimia Gresik.
And then Pertamina Hulu Energi Nunukan Company, PT Karya Mineral Jaya, and PT Kilang Pertamina Internasional,
PT Medco INP Indonesia, and PT Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang.
All right, I think all these gentlemen are ready. And all signees may now sign the document. Bapak Ibu, mohon maaf Bapak, silakan ditanda tanginin dokumen yang ada di depan Anda masing-masing.
And please switch places after you sign the first document to sign all the documents.
Bapak aja berpindah, Bapaknya berpindah tempat, dokumennya tidak usah. Oke, kami mohon Kita mau berikan waktu sejenak. And all signees please kindly display their document to the camera for a photo group session. Saya mohon bapak-bapak masing-masing untuk mengangkat dokumen masing-masing dan ditunjukkan ke hadapan para undangan dan juga rekan-rekan media serta rekan-rekan tim dokumentasi. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk sesi penandatangan dokumen pertama pada pagi hari ini. Thank you so much. And all signees, you may now return to your seats. Terima kasih untuk waktunya. And ladies and gentlemen, prior to this signing ceremony, there have been 29 commercial agreements signed in advance.
And on this screen, you may witness the signings of 5 gas sales agreements and also 4 letters of agreement for natural gas price adjustment.
Once again, on this screen, you may witness the signings of 5 gas sales agreements and also 4 letters of agreement for natural gas price adjustment.
All right, next, ladies and gentlemen, the signing of LPG sales and purchase agreement and gas sales agreement. We kindly invite
PetroChina International Jabung Limited and PT Pertamina Patran Niaga,
PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Jambi Merang and PT Perusahaan Gas Negara Tbk, PT Pertamina Gas and PT Pertagas Niaga.
next Saka Indonesia Pangkah Limited and PT Pertamina Patran Niaga. And to all signees, would you please take your place behind the signing table?
All signees may now sign the document.
And please switch places to sign all documents. Ya, kita saksikan bersama-sama saat ini sedang dilakukan penandatanganan. The signing of LPG sales and purchase agreement and gas sales agreement. Kita berikan waktu sejenak untuk seluruh yang hadir di atas panggung untuk dengan yakin, dengan tepat menandatangani masing-masing dokumen yang berada di hadapan mereka bersama masing-masing.
All right, when you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, all signees please kindly display their document to the camera for a photo group session.
Ya. Do not forget to smile behind your mask. Big smile, gentlemen. All right, in front of our media friends and all the documentation team. Okay, thank you very much. All signees may now return to your seat. Terima kasih. Boleh sekali kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah Bapak Ibu untuk sesi kedua dari penandatangan kerjasama pada kesempatan kali ini.
And ladies and gentlemen, prior to this signing ceremony, there have been 29 commercial agreements signed in advance.
And on the screen in front of you, you may witness the signings of 10 letters of agreement for natural gas price adjustment. Once again, on the screen, you may witness the signings of 10 letters of agreement for natural gas price adjustment.
And next, ladies and gentlemen, the signing of Memorandum of Understanding and Gas Sales Agreement. We kindly invite Kris Energy Satria Limited and PT Butonas Petrochemical Indonesia.
Kris Energy Satria Limited and PT Pertamina Rosneft Pengolahan dan Petrokimia.
PC Ketapang Second Limited and PT Petrogas Jatim Utama.
All right, and now we give the moment to all signees to sign the document, and please switch places to sign all documents. Kami silakan Bapak Ibu untuk langsung menandatangani dokumen yang ada di hadapan masing-masing. To all signees, you may now sign the document, and please switch places to sign all documents. To all these distinguished gentlemen in front of us.
Can we give a round of applause for the gentleman in front of us, please?
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, when you're ready, please display the document to the documentation team.
All right, let's do the group photo together for the signing of Memorandum of Understanding and Gas Sales Agreement. Please, one more big round of applause for this agreement. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And to all the signees, all the gentlemen, you may now return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to the signing ceremony, there have been 29 commercial agreements signed in advance.
And on this screen, you may witness the signings of 10 letters of agreement for natural gas price adjustment.
Once again, you may take a moment to watch this video of the signings of 10 letters of agreement for natural gas price adjustment. And ladies and gentlemen, the last commercial signing on this event, the signing of gas sales agreement, side letter agreement for implementation of natural gas price adjustment, and letter of agreement for implementation of natural gas price adjustment, we kindly invite
Jadestone Energy Lemang PTE Limited and PT Pelayaran Listrik Nasional Batam PLN Batam.
PT Pertamina Hulu Energi ONWJ and PT PLN Persero.
PT Pertamina IP and PT Pupuk Kujang Cikampek.
Once again, to all gentlemen, would you please take your places behind the signing table? And you may take a look first to the document. All right, to all signees, you may now sign the document. And do please switch places to sign all documents. Silakan Bapak untuk ditandatangani dokumen yang ada di hadapan masing-masing, dan jangan lupa nanti bisa dilanjutkan dengan bertukar tempat untuk menandatangani dokumen-dokumen yang lain.
All right, when you're done, gentlemen, please kindly display your document to the camera for a photo group session.
Silakan Bapak untuk tunjukkan display, ditunjukkan dokumen yang ada. Jangan lupa berikan senyuman terbaik Bapak, walaupun ditutup oleh masker. Kita berikan kesempatan pada rekan-rekan media dan juga rekan-rekan tim dokumentasi untuk mengabadikan momen spesial ini. Thank you so much, and to all signees, you may now return to your seats. Once again, thank you so much. Terima kasih untuk waktunya dan juga untuk kerjasamanya. Berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi Bapak Ibu. Please give a big round of applause for this agreement signings.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes the commercial agreement signings on the Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021.
It is hoped that the signings of 9 commercial agreements may support Indonesia's upstream oil and gas long-term plan to achieve the gas production of 12 BSCFD by 2030. And this event will be not possible to happen without any support from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and also all sponsor of this event. SKK Migas would like to thank PGN Saka,
ExxonMobil Cepu Limited,
PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero,
Pertamina Hulu Energi Upstream Subholding,
Medco INP Indonesia,
PT Karya Mentaris Raya and PT Intaf Prima Solusindo,
BP Brau Limited,
PT Silo Maritime Perdana Tbk,
Konsorsium Asuransi Aset Industri, Sumur dan Aset LNG SKK Migas K3S,
Repsol Saka Kemang BV,
Inpex Masela Limited,
PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk,
Petronas Carigali Indonesia,
Premier Oil Natuna CBV,
PT Kilang Pertamina International, and many others.
Dan kami informasikan juga bahwa seluruh sponsor ini bisa Anda kunjungi di Exhibition Hall, di mana Anda bisa bertemu langsung dengan para eksibitor secara online.
Beside the Exhibition Hall, there's also the Concurrent Hall. Once again, the Concurrent Hall where you can see all the concurrent forum schedule and also business presentation schedule presented at each booth. All online participants could also visit the lounge to mingle and go networking online. There is also a games corner that you can explore.
Exactly, and don't forget to continue collecting your score and points at the game corner and join the trivia quiz and passports challenge. Dan hadirin sekalian, bagi Anda yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard tertinggi harian, Anda akan mendapatkan hadiah menarik dari panitia.
And you can also enjoy and have a cool experience by taking a picture in our photo booth. You will have frames customized or you can add stickers on it too.
And the Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas is still full of inspiring discussions and insightful presentation, so don't miss out your favorite session.
And please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for our next session after we are enjoying our lunch with SKK Migas Award 2021.
Dan kami umumkan juga kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk tetap berada di ruangan untuk bersiap makan siang.
Ya, nanti makan siang pun kami informasikan akan disajikan di meja Bapak dan Ibu. Kami mohon bersabar sejenak. Sedangkan bagi peserta lainnya nanti kami sediakan makan siang di ruang Tanjung Benoa lantai 1 Bali Nusa 2 Convention Center yang nanti dapat diakses melalui lift dengan menekan lantai 2 atau melalui akses eskalator. Dan tentunya kami akan informasikan pada saat nanti makan siang sudah siap kami sajikan. Jadi kami harapkan Bapak Ibu tetap bersama kami di ruangan ini.
And while we prepare for the lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present a little entertainment for all the delegates.
So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sivana Acoustic.
It's for the way you look at me. Oh, it's for the only one I see. you. We'll enjoy your lunch and also enjoy with our music, Sifan Acoustic today.
That sounds funny, but I just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow. Seems to me, girl, you know I'm done all I can. See, I've been stolen up a road. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Why in the world would anybody put chains on me? I've paid my dues to make it. Everybody wants me to be what they want me to be. I'm not happy when I try to fake it. Oh, that's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Yeah. That's why
you all around, just like me, belong to me, close to you. See you here, a golden starlight in your eyes of blue. That is why all the girls in town follow you all around, just like me, belong to me, close to you, just like me, belong to be close to you. Why close to you? Why close to you? Close to you. Why close to you?
So do you hear me? I'm talking to you across the water, across a deep blue ocean, under the open sky. Oh my baby, I'm trying.
Oh, I hear you in my dreams. I feel you whisper across the sea. I keep you with me in my heart.
You make it easier when the love gets hard.
Lucky I'm in love with my best friend.
Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again.
They don't know how long
it takes waiting for love like this.
every time we say goodbye.
I wish we had one more kiss. I'll wait for you, I promise you. I'll wait. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. Lucky we're in love in every way. Lucky to have stayed, we have stayed. I'm lucky to be coming home someday. So I am sailing through the sea to an island where we'll meet. You hear the music, feel the air. I put the flowers in your hair. to be coming home again. Like you really love in every way. Lucky to have stayed, we have stayed. I'm lucky to be coming home someday.
Baik, sambil menikmati santap siangnya Bapak Ibu sekalian, mungkin ada beberapa request lagu yang mau dinyanyikan oleh Sivana, boleh nanti disampaikan. Dan tadi kita sudah menyanyikan beberapa lagu barat ya.
Betul.
Sekarang kita coba sebuah lagu Indonesia. Aku mengerti perjalanan hidup yang kini kau lalui. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak mudah. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Aku di sini walau letih, coba lagi jangan berhenti. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak indah. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Untuk temanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Melukis Senja by Budi Doremi.
Budi Doremi. Sebuah lagu dari Glenn Fredly featuring siapa yuk?
Yura.
Ayu Yunita.
Ya boleh deh. Baik, sembari menikmati santap malam sekali lagi.
Santap siang ya.
Yes, santap siang.
Ya.
Kita ingetnya malam aja ya.
Biasanya malam mainnya soalnya kan.
Iya. Sembari santap siang mungkin Bapak Ibu sekalian ingin mendengarkan beberapa lagu favorit, boleh nanti diinformasikan ke Sivana Akustik.
Ya.
Kalau kita bisa bawakan, kita akan
Pasti kita
bawakan
bawakan
siang
ya,
hari ini.
betul
Yes.
sekali.
Terakhir ku tatap mata indahmu di bawah bintang-bintang, terbelah hatiku antara cinta dan rahasia. Ku cinta padamu namun kau milik sahabatku, dilema hatiku. Andai ku bisa berkata sejujurnya, jangan kau pilih dia, pilihlah aku yang mampu mencintamu lebih dari dia. Bukan ku ingin merebutmu dari sahabatku, namun kau tahu cinta tak bisa kau salahkan.
Ku cinta padamu namun kau milik sahabatku, dilema hatiku. Andai ku bisa berkata sejujurnya, yeah. Jangan kau pilih dia, pilihlah aku yang mampu mencintamu lebih dari dia. Bukan oh ku ingin merebutmu dari sahabatku, namun kau tahu cinta tak bisa kau salahkan. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Jangan kau pilih dia, pilihlah aku yang mampu mencinta lebih dari dia.
Bukan oh ku ingin merebutmu dari sahabatku, namun kau tahu cinta tak bisa kau salahkan. Oh yeah. Tak bisa kau salahkan. Tak bisa kau salahkan.
Terima kasih.
Dan Freddy.
Mungkin kakak tadi yang ngerekam pakai HP tadi mungkin ada request lagu?
Mungkin
Boleh.
punya request lagu apa? Silakan.
Boleh loh request lagu ya. Bebas.
Silakan. Ibu-ibu cantik yang sedang makan mungkin silakan.
Iya.
Kalau punya request.
Kita kasih satu buah lagu dari
apa?
Ruth Sahanaya gimana?
Boleh. Lagu apa itu?
Andaikan kau datang kembali ya. Andaikan kau datang kembali. Terlalu indah dilupakan, terlalu sedih dikenangkan. Setelah aku jauh berjalan dan ku tinggalkan. Mengapa hatiku bersedih, mengenang kasih dan sayangmu, setulus pesanmu kepadaku, dan ku tinggalkan. Andaikan kau datang kembali, jawaban apa yang kan ku beri? Adakah jalan yang kau temui untuk kita kembali lagi? Mengapa hatiku bersedih, mengenang kasih dan sayangmu, setulus pesanmu kepadaku, engkau kan menunggu. Andaikan kau datang kembali, jawaban apa yang kan ku beri? Adakah jalan yang kau temui untuk kita kembali lagi? Bersinarlah bulan purnama, seindah serta tulus cintanya. Bersinarlah terus sampai nanti lagu ini ku akhiri. Music. kembali. Terima kasih Pak Irut sana ya.
Sebagai dari Michael Bublé. Another summer day has come and gone away. In Paris or Rome, but I wanna go home. To be surrounded by a million people, I still feel all alone. I just wanna go home. I miss you, you know. I've been given all the letters that I wrote to you. Each one a line or two. I'm fine, baby, how are you? I will send them, but I know that it's just not enough. The words were cold and flat. You deserve more than that. Another aeroplane, another sunny place. I'm lucky and I know I just wanna go home. Let me go home. Let me go home. I am just too far from where you are. I wanna go home. And I feel just like I'm living someone else's life. It's like I just stepped outside when everything was going right. And I know just why you could not come along with me, 'cause this was not your dreams, but you always believed in me. Another winter day has come and gone away. In either Paris or Rome, and I wanna go home. Let me go home. And I'm surrounded by a million people. I still feel alone. Let me go home. Let me go home. Let me go home. I'll have my run, baby, I'm done. Gotta go home. Oh, let me go home. They'll all be alright. I'll be there at night. It's when I'm coming back home.
Know your eyes in the morning to show how deep is your love.
Is your love, how deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you might not think I care for you, and you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show how deep is your love.
Is your love, how deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in the world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
How deep is your love?
How deep is your love? Bee Gees. Lagu dari Sting.
Yes.
Judulnya Englishman in New York.
In Bali.
Sekarang kita di mana? Lagi di mana
Englishman
sekarang?
in Bali.
Don't drink coffee, I take tea, my dear. I like my toast down on one side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down Fifth Avenue, walking Kenny at my side. Take it everywhere I walk. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Manners, my good manners, someone say. Then he's the hero of the day. It takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Honesty, propriety, you need to know notoriety. You couldn't have passed Takes more than kind of year to make a man. Yeah. Takes more than a license for a gun. Confront your enemies, avoid them when you can. 'Cause gentlemen will walk but never run. If manners maketh manners, someone say, then he's the hero of the day. It takes a man to suffer, ignorance is fine. Be yourself, no matter what they say. So be yourself, no matter what they say. One more time. Be yourself, no matter what they say. Oh, I'm an alien, I'm a legal alien, I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien, I'm a legal alien, I'm an Englishman in New York. 'Cause I'm an Englishman in New York. 'Cause I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an Englishman in New York.
Oke, balik lagi ke lagu Indonesia. Kita mau bawakan satu buah lagu yang lagi hits di TV-TV ya.
Ya.
Bapak Ibu sekalian pasti tahu lagu ini. Kalau yang sambil santap siang mau menyanyikan lagu ini boleh dalam hati aja ya. Biar tidak tersedak. Aku masih yakin nanti milikmu. Aku masih di tempat ini, masih dengan setia menunggu kabarmu, masih ingin mendengar suaramu. Cinta membuatku kuat begini. Aku merindu, ku yakin kau tahu, tanpa batas waktu. Ku terpaku, aku meminta, walau tanpa kata, cinta berupaya. Engkau jauh di mata, tapi dekat di doa. Aku merindukanmu. Aku masih di dunia ini, melihatmu dari jauh bersama dia. Walau pastiku terbakar cemburu, tapi janganlah kau kemana-mana. Aku merindu, ku yakin kau tahu, tanpa batas waktu. Ku terpaku, aku meminta, walau tanpa kata, cinta berupaya. Oh,
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Kita masih menunggu request dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mungkin ada request lagu, boleh banget.
There's a light, a certain kind of light, never shone on me. I want my life to be, live with you, live with you. There's a way. Everybody say to do each and every little thing. What does it bring if I ain't got you? Yeah, got you.
Kalau lagi punya yang bareng ya.
You don't know what it's like, baby. Don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you. In my brain I see your face again. I know my frame of mind. Ain't got to be so blind. And I'm blind, so very blind, baby. I'm a man. Can't you see what I am? Live and breathe for you. What good does it do if I ain't got you, baby? Ain't got you, baby. You don't know what it's like, baby. You don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you. What it's like, baby. You don't know what it's like, oh, to love somebody.
What is life? Baby, you don't know what is life.
To love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you. To love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you.
Terima kasih to love somebody. Dari kejauhan kita sudah ada melihat beberapa Bapak Ibu yang nyanyi-nyanyi bareng
ya. Sudah
betul.
terpancing kayaknya. Jadi silakan Bapak Ibu yang mau request mungkin.
Boleh.
Ya, silakan. Ayu akan nyanyikan.
Mungkin kakak mau nyanyi, kakak Afgan.
Kakak Afgan, wow.
Kan pakai kacamata kakak Afgan jadinya. Iya, boleh? Afgan, ayo Afgan.
Silakan ke Afgan.
Yang di sebelah sana juga mungkin ada request lagu atau yang mau bernyanyi bareng sama Sivana. Akustik boleh banget ya. Setelah santap siangnya. Wise men say only fools rushing, but I can't help falling in love with you. I'll stay. Will it be a shame if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows truly to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. I can't help falling in love with you. You see. Like a river flows truly to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. I can't help falling in love with you. If I can't help falling in love with you. Thank you.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder. sideways and under on a magic carpet ride, a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no or where to go or say we're only dreaming.
A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But now from way up here, it's crystal clear. And now I'm in the whole new world with you. Unbelievable sight, indescribable feeling, soaring, tumbling, freewheeling through an endless diamond sky. A whole new world.
Don't you dare to close your eyes.
100,000 things to see. I'm like a shooting star. I come so far. I can't go back to where I used to be.
A new world, a new horizons to pursue. I'll chase them anywhere. There's time to spare. Let me share this whole new world with you. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no or where to go or say we're only dreaming. A whole new world, I'll be turned surprise. Every moment right later, I'll chase them anywhere. There's time to spare. Anywhere, there's time to spare. Let me share this whole new world with you. A whole new world, a thrilling chance, a thrilling chance, Water's place
for you and Thank you, terima kasih.
Tampaknya sudah banyak yang mau bernyanyi ya, yuk.
Iya.
Sudah mendekati panggung.
Bapak ibunya foto-foto dulu,
Setelah
habis itu nyanyi sama kita.
Boleh naik bareng, langsung naik ke panggung ya Bapak Ibu. Senyum.
Yang boleh, yang mana? Bapak mau request?
Silakan Bapak.
Pak Iwan,
silakan
Pak Iwan boleh Pak Iwan?
Kita nyanyi bareng-bareng
Boleh
di sini,
tepuk
Pak.
tangan buat Pak Iwan? Pak Iwannya langsung, enggak, saya di
Silakan,
prank
Pak.
katanya.
Oh, enggak.
Pak Iwan, kita bantu Pak Iwan lewat doa.
Kita nyanyi bareng-bareng kok Pak.
Atau Pak Iwan boleh request lagu dah. Pak Iwan kalau tidak mau nyanyi nggak apa-apa tapi boleh request lagu.
Di suatu hari tanpa sengaja kita bertemu. Silakan Pak. Aku yang pernah terluka kembali mengenal cinta. Hati ini kembali temukan senyum yang hilang. Semua itu karena dia. Boleh bareng-bareng? Oh Tuhan, ku cinta dia, ku sayang dia, rindu dia, inginkan dia. Utuhkanlah rasa cinta di hatiku, hanya padanya, untuk dia. Jauh waktu berjalan, kita lalui bersama. Betapa di setiap hari ku jatuh cinta padanya. Dicintai oleh dia, ku merasa sempurna. Semua itu karena dia. Oh Tuhan, ku cinta dia, ku sayang dia, rindu dia, inginkan dia. Utuhkanlah rasa cinta di hatiku, hanya padanya, untuk dia. Oh Tuhan, ku cinta dia, ku sayang dia, rindu dia, inginkan dia. Utuhkanlah rasa cinta di hatiku, hanya padanya, untuk dia, hanya padanya, untuk dia.
Wajahmu ku pandang dengan gemas. Mengapa air mata selalu ada di pipiku? Hai nona manis, biarkanlah bumi berputar menurut kehendak yang kuasa. Apalah artinya sebuah derita bila kau yakin itu pasti akan berlalu. Hai nona manis, biarkanlah bumi berputar menurut kehendak yang kuasa. Tuhan pun tahu hidup ini sangat berat, tapi takdir pun tak mungkin selalu sama. Coba-cobalah tinggalkan sejenak anganmu, esok kan masih ada. sebuah derita. Bila kau yakin itu pasti akan berlalu. Hai nona manis, biarkanlah bumi berputar menurut kehendak yang kuasa. Tuhan pun tahu hidup ini sangat berat, tapi takdirku tak mungkin selalu sama. Coba-cobalah tinggalkan sejenak anganmu, esok kan masih ada. Oh, 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 esok kan masih ada. Esok kan masih ada. Terima kasih. Bagaimana? Belum ada request lagu Bapak Ibu
Iya,
sekalian?
silakan Ibu Bapak. Sambil menunggu,
Sambil menunggu lagu
saya akan
request.
mencoba sebuah lagu dari Michael Bublé.
Oke.
Oh, sebuah lagu dari Michael yang surok ya.
Oh iya. Kita
Michael-
ganti dulu.
Michael yang lain dulu.
Michael yang lain
Michael
dulu.
yang
Oke.
lain dulu. From my younger years till this moment here, I've never seen such a lovely queen. From the skies above to the deepest love, I've never felt crazy like this before. Be my love, you should be my love. Is the picture of a thousand sunsets. Is the freedom of a thousand doves. Baby, you should be my love. Been around the world,
doing, baby? Look how far we come, my baby. We both took the long way. We knew we got there someday. They say I'd be, they never make it, but just look at us holding on. We're still together, still going strong. You're still the one I run to, the one I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. You're still the one that I love, the only one I dreams of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight. Ain't nothing better. We beat the odds together. I'm glad we didn't listen. Look at what we won't be busy. They say I'd pay, they never make it, but just look at us holding on. We're still together, still going strong. You're still the one I run to, the one I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. Still the one. You're still the one that I love, the only one I dreams of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight. You're still the one. Still the one I run to, the one I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. You're still the one. You're still the one that I love, the only one that dreams of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight. I'm so glad we made it. Look how far we come, my baby.
Baik, kita coba satu buah lagu dari Krisya ya.
Maafkan aku tak bisa memahami maksud amarahmu, membaca dan mengerti isi hatimu. Ampuni aku yang telah memasuki kehidupan kalian, mencoba mencari celah dalam hatimu. seperti yang kau minta. Aku kan mencoba menjadi seperti yang kau minta.
Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she precious? That's the one meaning. Oh, I never told true love with me, making one as lovely as she. But isn't she lovely? Made from love. Isn't she pretty? Truly the angel's best. Boy, I'm so happy. We have been heaven blessed. I can't believe what God has done. With true has given life to one. But isn't she lovely? Made from love. Isn't she lovely? Life and love are the same. Love is Asia. The meaning of her name. Lonely it could have not been done without you. Who's gonna save the one that's so very lovely, made from love? Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she precious? Less than one meaning. Oh, I never took true love with me, making one as lovely as she. But isn't she lovely? Made from love. But isn't she lovely? Made from love. But isn't she lovely? Made from love. Isn't she lovely? Thank you.
You're a falling star, you're the getaway car, you're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool on an August day, and you're the perfect thing to you can see that I look at you, and in this crazy life, and through this crazy time, it's you, you make me sing. Your every line, your every word, your everything. You're a carousel, you're a wish in a well, and you light me up when you ring my bell. You're a mystery, you're from outer space, you're every minute of my everyday. And I can't believe that I'm your man, and I get to kiss you, baby, just because I can. Whatever comes our way, I will see it through. You know how love can do. And in this crazy life, and through this crazy time, it's you, you make me sing. Your every line, your every word, your everything. In this crazy time, and through this crazy time, it's you, you make me sing. Your every line, your every word, your everything. Your every song that I sing along, baby. 'Cause you're my everything. So la 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 la. So la 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 la.
Kata demi kata terjalin dengan indah untuk menguraikan maksud hati. Ku beranikan diri untuk memulainya, tapi mengapa bibirku tak dapat bergerak? Rasa berat, oh malunya hati ini bila ku ingat saat itu kami hanya saling berpandang dan terdiam terpaku. Bulan hanya dirimu yang menyaksikan segalanya. Oh bulan tolonglah daku, katakan padanya ku cinta dia. Kata demi kata terjalin dengan indah untuk menguraikan maksud hati. Ku beranikan diri untuk memulainya, tapi mengapa bibirku tak dapat bergerak? Terasa berat, oh malunya hati ini bila ku ingat saat itu kami hanya saling berpandang dan
kasih.
Selamat siang, kami menyapa kembali Bapak Ibu di acara The Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021. Sesaat lagi kita akan melanjutkan acara pada hari ini, hari terakhir dengan SKK Migas Award 2021. Untuk itu, kami mohon berkenan kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih ada di luar untuk bisa memasuki ruang ballroom dan kembali menempati tempat duduknya masing-masing. Dan tentunya untuk Bapak Ibu yang mungkin masih berkumpul beramah tamah di dalam ruangan, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk juga bisa kembali ke tempat duduknya masing-masing dan juga meja masing-masing untuk kita bersama-sama menyambut kelanjutan acara pada siang hari ini. Terima kasih. Once again, the last day of the Second International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2021 will begin shortly, and therefore we would like to invite once again all guests, ladies and gentlemen, to enter this ballroom and back to your appointed table and sit. Thank you very much. Baiklah Bapak Ibu dan juga para undangan yang kami hormati, kami bisa memohon untuk bisa segera memasuki ruangan ballroom Pecatu Hall Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center karena rangkaian acara di hari terakhir dari Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021 akan segera kita lanjutkan. Jadi setelah kita menikmati makan siang, kami persilakan kembali kepada Bapak Ibu untuk menuju kembali ke kursi dan juga meja masing-masing. Kita kembali akan melanjutkan acara di hari terakhir dari rangkaian The Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021. Terima kasih. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021 for this afternoon session, SKK Migas Award 2021.
SKK Migas Award is presented by SKK Migas for appreciating PSC contractors, supporting the industry's unceasing efforts to support upstream oil and gas industry, as well as motivate PSC to accelerate their performance in order to reach the production target of 1 million BOPD of oil and 12 BSCFD of gas in 2030.
Okay, to open this very special moment, please welcome the head of organizing committee of the Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas, Bapak Lucky Yusgiantoro.
Terima kasih Mas Iman sama Mbak Dazan. Baik Ibu Bapak sekalian yang kami hormati, para deputi dan manajemen SKK Migas, yang kami hormati pimpinan tertinggi dari KKKS, Bapak dan Ibu stakeholder dari SKK Migas, serta para undangan dan para peserta The Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Mohon izin saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Saya mewakili SKK Migas menyampaikan apresiasi setinggi-tingginya untuk K3S dan pihak-pihak terkait yang telah memberikan usaha terbaiknya untuk terus mendukung usaha hulu migas nasional. Pada penyelenggaraan acara pada 3 hari ini, The Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021, SKK Migas kembali memberikan penghargaan bagi sejumlah K3S dan pihak terkait yang telah terbukti mampu menunjukkan kinerja terbaiknya di masing-masing bidang yang tentunya berkontribusi terhadap rencana jangka panjang industri hulu migas Indonesia dalam mencapai target-target produksi 1 juta barel per hari dan 12 BSCFD pada tahun 2013. Penilaian capaian kinerja K3S merupakan salah satu bentuk dari pengawasan dan pengendalian yang dilakukan oleh SKK Migas yang tentunya akan memberikan motivasi bagi K3S untuk dapat terus memberikan yang terbaik bagi kegiatan usaha hulu migas hulu minyak dan gas bumi. Pada tahun ini terdapat beberapa penghargaan dengan kriteria penilaian yang berbeda dari tahun sebelumnya. Salah satunya yaitu dengan menambahkan penilaian dari aspek performance K3S selama pandemi COVID-19. Karena tidak bisa dipungkiri bahwa kondisi pandemi COVID-19 yang sudah memasuki tahun kedua ini merupakan tantangan tersendiri dan pengelolaan operasional usaha hulu minyak dan gas bumi. Hal ini dilakukan SKK Migas untuk mendorong K3S dan segenap pihak terkait untuk terus berkontribusi aktif dalam menjaga ketahanan energi nasional di masa yang akan datang dalam rangka menopang pembangunan ekonomi di Indonesia. Sehingga untuk tahun berikutnya tidak menutup kemungkinan akan terdapat beberapa kategori penghargaan baru sebagai upaya untuk memotivasi dan mengapresiasi kinerja para K3S. Akhir kata saya mengucapkan selamat, congratulations to all PSCs, the winners of SKK Migas 2021. Saya juga mengucapkan selamat kepada K3S yang belum berkesempatan menang. Jadi karena keberhasilan kegiatan industri hulu migas merupakan hasil kinerja seluruh KKKS dan pihak-pihak pendukung terkait juga. Harapan saya SKK Migas Award semakin memotivasi K3S dan pihak-pihak pendukung terkait untuk selalu memberikan upaya yang terbaik dalam menjalankan kegiatan hulu migas sesuai dengan tantangan unik dari masing-masing wilayah kerja dalam rangka mencapai target kita bersama. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. I'm as organizing committee, the head of organizing committee. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Luki. You may return to your seat. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start to announce the winners of SKK Migas Award 2001, please welcome a collaborative performance by
IOG All Stars.
Tanah airku Indonesia, negeri elok amat ku cinta. Tanah tumpah darahku yang mulia, yang ku puja sepanjang masa. Tanah airku aman dan makmur,
Pulau kelapa yang amat subur,
pulau melati pujaan bangsa sejak dulu kala. Melambai-lambai niur di pantai, berbisik-bisik raja kelana, memuja pulau yang indah permai. Indonesia, Indonesia, Indonesia.
Ragam-ragam doang gosip-sita di hitam manusia.
Meresing-resing doang gopangi doan di ganuk-ganuk joma. Amoraun hagabeon asal ngapon lido dilului nadeba. Dinadeba asal matar barita goana tare. Alu siap,
from you. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Remember the day I set you free, I thought you could always count on me. From the day on, I made a vow, I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow.
No wind,
No wind,
no rain,
no rain, or winter's cold. Ah, ah, ah. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you. Ain't no mountain high enough.
Please give a big round of applause for IOG All Stars. What a great performance. And for your information, all singers are originally employees of the upstream oil and gas industry. Can we have a big round of applause one more time for all these stars?
So exceptional, very beautiful collaboration. And ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the first category, first we'll have a little chit-chat with the Vice Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Fatar Yani Abdurrahman.
Okay, Bapak Fatar, where are you, sir? Hadir. Okay, I'm here. Pak Fatar, allow us to have a moment with you, sir.
Sure.
Pak Fatar, would you please stand up? Yeah, thank you so much,
Thank
sir. Nah, tepuk tangan dong buat Pak Fatar pada siang hari ini. Terima kasih. Pak Fatar, this year we are presenting 19 award categories. So with the awards given this year, what are your expectations to all PSC contractors, sir?
I think this is very important to motivate all our partners, as the operators of the PSC blocks, the PSC oil companies, as well as to to demonstrate a role model that everybody else can follow the same performance in achieving our goals, 1 million barrel a day and 12 BCFD per day by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Fatar. We hope that all this collaboration will bring us to that in 2030, of course.
Yes, for sure. Now, it is time to start SKK Migas Award 2021 and our first category, the SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best supply chain management. SKK Migas Award for the best supply chain management is given to production PSC contractors divided into 3 categories based on the value of the 2020 work program and budget, namely
the best SCM with 2020 WPNB above 300 million US dollars category.
The best SCM with 2020 WPNB between 25 million and 300 million US dollars category, and
the best SCM with 2020 WPNB below 25 million US dollars category.
And it is hoped that this annual award can boost motivation for a better SCM performance and compliance under the provision of SKK Migas 007 SCM guidelines and other related provisions.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best supply chain management category of 2020 WPNB below 25 million US dollars goes to
third place, PT Tropik Energi Pandan.
Second place, GOB Pertamina Medco INP Simen Garis.
And the award goes to PT SPR Langgak. And we would like to invite the representative from PT SPR Langgak to come up on the stage. And also we kindly invite Bapak Murdo Gantoro, Internal Auditor SKK Migas, to present the award. And once again, the best supply chain management, WPNB, below 25 million US dollar, goes to PT SPR Langgak.
Thank you very much Pak Murdo. Please remain on the side of the stage for our next category. Pada Bapak Murdo kami harapkan untuk tetap berada di atas panggung. And we invite representative of PT SPR Langgak to deliver your speech. The stage is yours.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Thanks God for
wabarakatuh.
these achievements. This is the 3 years in a row for SPR Langgak to get the best SGM for small production company. And we start to improve our process in SGM in 2016. And then we develop also the people to follow the process. And by having that, this is the result for 3 times. And thank you for SKK Migas giving these achievements. And the most important things that I want to say to all of the employees of SPR Langgak who are now watching these conventions, this achievement is yours. So by having this, so I'm very proud of you, and hopefully that you can do your jobs consistently with the high spirits. So the award is only a bonus, but you can deserve it. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, congratulations to PT SPR Langgak. And sir, you may return to your seat. Thank you so much. And now, SKK Migas Award 2021 for the Best Supply Chain Management category of 2020 WPNB between 25 million and 300 million US dollar goes to third place, Eni Muara Bakau Limited.
Second place, Kangen Energy Indonesia Limited.
And the award goes to Husky Sinop Madura Limited.
And we'd like to invite the representative from Husky Sinop Madura Limited to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Murdo Gantoro SKK Migas to present the award.
To Pak Murdo, please remain on the side of the stage for our next category, and we invite the representative of Husky Sinop Madura Limited to deliver your winning speech. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera, shalom, om swastiastu, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wow, that's a long hello. Okay, well, good afternoon all. I'm extremely honored to receive such an important award. On behalf of HML, I'm grateful for the recognition we've received, because I'm very sure that every other PSC was as capable, if not more, to receive such award. We all know SCM plays a critical role in our whole business, and we are proud to be a contributing chain link in the road to achieve 2030 target. Winning this award would not have been possible without the support we have received from SKK Migas, along with all shareholders, along with all stakeholders, our team, our college, especially Asian people in HML, who consistently make improvement. We will try to get better and contribute more for Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Congratulations to Husky Sinok Madura Limited. You may return to your seat. Once again, congratulations, ma'am.
And ladies and gentlemen, SKK Migas Award 2021 for the Best Supply Chain Management category of the Best Supply Chain Management with WPNB of 2020 above 300 million US dollars
Goes to third place, ConocoPhillips Grisik Limited.
Second place, PT Medco INP Indonesia.
And the award goes to Petronas Carigali Ketapang 2 Limited. We'd like to invite the representative from Petronas Carigali Ketapang 2 Limited to come up on the stage. And once again, we kindly invite Bapak Murdo Gantoro from SKK Migas to present the award. All right, thank you and congratulations. And to Pak Murdo, thank you so much. You may return to your seat. Thank you so much, sir.
And we invite representative of Petronas Carigali Ketapang 2 Limited to deliver your speech. The stage is yours, sir.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I am very pleased and grateful to stand here today to receive award for the best SEM for category WPNB above 300 million US dollar. So I believe that this award is testament to us as the reciprocal synergy between Petronas Carigali Indonesia and the government, and especially with the SKK Migas. And also this award will exemplify our commitment to build better effort to build national capacity building through the synergy and to make a good governance through the good governance process and also good asset management. So we will stay the course and continue collaborate with all the stakeholders to achieve better, to realize the aspiration from SKK Migas to realize the 1 million barrel USD and 12 billion standard cubic per day in 2030. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and once again congratulations to Petronas Carigali Ketapang 2 Limited for the award. And ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next category, SKK Migas Award 2021 for Career Development Monitoring.
Career Development Monitoring, or CDM, is one of the supervisory and management aspects of upstream oil and gas activities in Indonesia to assess and measure the effectiveness and efficiency of PSC contractors' human resources or HR management and practices.
SKK Migas Award for the Best Career Development Monitoring is given to PSC contractors that are grouped into 4 categories based on production volume, work program and budget amount, number of working areas, and the size of the organization.
Yes, it is hoped that CDM results further opportunities for continuous improvement, ensure medium to share best practices, and leverage HR management standards among PSC contractors and the upstream oil and gas industry in Indonesia.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for the Best Career Development Monitoring P4 category goes to second place, PT SPR Langgang.
And the award goes to Husky Sinok Madura Limited.
And next, the Best Career Development Monitoring P3 category goes to second place, Petronas Carigali Ketapang 2 Limited.
And the first place, Saka Indonesia Pangka Limited.
The Best Career Development Monitoring P2 category goes to Second place, Exxon Mobil Cepu Limited.
And the first place, Konoko Philips Gresik Limited.
And next, the best career development monitoring P1 category
goes to the second place, PT Pertamina Hulu Energi West Madura Offshore.
And the award goes to PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam.
We'd like to invite the representative from PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Taslim Z. Yunus, Secretary of SKK Migas, to present the award.
Big round of applause for PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam for the award. Thank you, Pak Taslim. You may return to your seat.
And we invite representative of PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam to deliver your speech. The stage is yours, sir.
Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, terima kasih untuk kesempatannya. Izin saya membuka masker. Alhamdulillah, merupakan kehormatan bagi kami untuk kembali menerima penghargaan CDM ini di tahun 2021. Penghargaan ini benar-benar merupakan pengakuan atas dedikasi dan kerja keras para perwira Pertamina Hulu Mahakam dalam mencapai target produksi minyak dan gas bumi. Penghargaan CDM Awards ini memotivasi kami untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia di Pertamina Hulu Mahakam untuk dapat menjawab target usaha untuk meningkatkan kinerja Mahakam sehingga mampu berkontribusi untuk mendukung target produksi minyak untuk 1 juta barrel oil per day dan 12 billion scrap pada tahun 2030. Pada kesempatan yang spesial ini, saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kepala SKK Migas, Wakil Kepala SKK Migas dan Manajemen SKK Migas, beserta seluruh jajaran, khususnya Divisi Sumber Daya Manusia, yang telah selalu mengarahkan dan mengawasi pelaksanaan pedoman tata kerja tentang pengelolaan sumber daya manusia di Pertamina Hulu Mahakam. Dan juga terima kasih dan apresiasi kepada pihak-pihak yang terlibat atas terselenggaranya acara ini dan penghargaan yang diberikan. Para perwira Pertamina Hulu Mahakam yang menyaksikan ini di online maupun offline, never stop learning, because life never stops teaching. Jangan pernah berhenti belajar, karena hidup tidak pernah berhenti mengajar. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, congratulations to PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam for the award, and you may return to your seat. Also, thank you, Pak Taslim. You may also return to your seat.
And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to take a little break and let us indulge ourselves with some good music.
So, in this special moment, please welcome Indra Lesmana and Eva Celia Group.
That was called A Long Way. It's a song that I wrote from my latest album.
Can you tell us what is it all about?
I think when I wrote it, itu aku udah lama banget nggak berkarya. I haven't been writing in such a long time, and I was sort of like in this creative rut. I didn't know what to write, and so I wrote about that. Lagu yang selanjutnya, I'm sure you guys will be able to sing along. This is one of my favorite songs that Ayah wrote. Tahun berapa ini ya ditulis?
Ini ditulis tahun 2005. Lupa. 2005 kayaknya. Ya, 2005.
Well, this is called Sedalam Cintamu.
Dalam cintamu ku selami warna-warna terindah yang ada di bumi, terlukis di jiwa tak membelai kalbu. Sedalam cintamu tercipta untukku. Kuasa pergi menyepi sendiri, tak kau yakinkan setia yang teruji di batas waktuku menggapai cintaku. Aura hatimu, satu hatiku, sinari ruang rasaku. Dalam cintamu ku selami warna-warna terindah yang ada di bumi, terlukis di jiwa tak membelai kalbu. Sedalam cintamu
Terima kasih. Beberapa tahun yang silam, beberapa tahun yang lalu, saya sempat membuat sebuah lagu untuk seorang penyanyi dari Malaysia. Dia bernama Sheila Majid. Dan lagu itu saya buat memang khusus untuk album dia dan kemudian beredar dengan title of the album yang berjudul Warna, dan ini adalah lagunya. Selamat menikmati.
Kasihku
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Indra Lesmana and Eva Celia Group. What an amazing performance.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And they will be back for another performance. Now we will continue to the next award. It is the award for facility management.
Yes, but before we move on, we will have a short conversation with Bapak Taslim Zayyunus as Secretary of SKK Migas. Where are you, Pak Taslim?
Depan kita
there you
langsung.
are.
Selamat siang Pak Taslim. Tadi kita ketemu di panggung pada saat pemberian penghargaan. Sekarang mohon maaf, kami memohon waktu sejenak buat kita ngobrol-ngobrol sedikit Pak ya.
Boleh kita berikan spotlightnya untuk Bapak Taslim Yunus?
Iya. Nggak adil kalau kita aja yang terang, Pak Taslimnya enggak. Nah, tepuk tangan dong sekali lagi buat Pak Taslim.
Oke, kita ngobrol sedikit Pak Taslim. Selamat siang Pak. Bidang sekretaris nih Pak adalah fungsi pendukung dari seluruh kegiatan yang ada di SKK Migas demi pengelolaan industri hulu migas yang lebih efektif dan juga efisien. Nah, menurut Pak Taslim, hal apa saja Pak yang perlu dilakukan oleh bidang sekretaris agar target 1 juta BOPD dan 12 BSCFD bisa tercapai?
Sebentar, kamu nanya apa nantang? Nanya ya?
Bapaknya pasti udah tahu, udah menyiapkan.
Silakan Pak Taslim.
Baik, terima kasih para MC. Jadi tugas saya itu pertama adalah membawahi keuangan internal. Tentunya kami menyiapkan dana untuk program-program yang disampaikan oleh bidang-bidang itu bisa tercapai dan bisa mencapai 1 juta barrel dan 12 BCF. Itu satu. Yang kedua, kami juga membawahi IT. Semoga IT yang kami tangani ini bisa mempercepat proses yang ada di SKK Migas dan juga ada di K3S. Yang ketiga, kami membawahi program dan komunikasi, sehingga komunikasi yang kami sampaikan keluar itu bisa mendukung tujuan dari SKK Migas dalam mencapai goalnya. Kemudian yang terakhir, kami juga membawahi SDM, mempersiapkan semua pekerja-pekerja SKK Migas untuk bekerja sama dengan K3S dalam mencapai tujuan 1 juta barel dan 12 BCF gas. Itu mungkin kira-kira yang kami bisa bantu untuk teman-teman yang lain di bidangnya.
Terima kasih Pak Taslim Yunus. Boleh kita sekali lagi berikan tepuk tangan untuk Pak Taslim buat penjelasan jawaban kepada pertanyaan Dazen tadi. Jadi menunjukkan itu usaha dan apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh tim dari Bapak Taslim Yunus.
Betul sekali, dan hadirin sekali kita akan lanjut ke agenda berikutnya.
And our next category for SKK Migas 2021, the best facility management.
Facility management is one of the main supporting functions involving strategical, tactical, and operational activities of an organization, which role contributes a direct impact on the organization's productivity by holding the principles of efficiency and effectiveness.
SKK Migas Award for the Best Facility Management category is given to PSC contractors who have made breakthroughs and innovation in the management of office facilities or general affairs, or general services, especially in implementing health protocols of fighting and preventing COVID-19.
The assessment criteria are evaluated from innovation, digitalization, and new aspect, and in general from preventing COVID-19.
And SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best facility management goes to Kangean Energy Indonesia Limited.
And we'd like to invite the representative from Kangean Energy Indonesia Limited to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Taslim Zayyunus, Secretary of SKK Migas, to present the award.
All right, can we give one more round of applause for Kangean Energy Indonesia Limited for having the award of the best facility management.
Thank you, Bapak Taslim. You may return to your seat, and we invite representative of Kangean Energy Indonesia Limited to deliver your speech. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for this opportunity to be up here on the stage and receiving the award from SKK Migas. Kangen Energy Indonesia is deeply honored and grateful to receive the Best Facility Management Award in 2021 from SKK Migas. We appreciate SKK Migas and all stakeholders for recognizing and celebrating this award in this prestigious second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021. We dedicate this award not only to our internal General Services and Security Division, but also to the entire upstream oil and gas facility management community, which together drive innovation through collaboration and synergy. This award is testimony to the significance that the role of facility management plays in business continuity while keeping us all healthy, safe, and productive in this challenging time. We hope that this award will continue to spark further innovation in facility management and eventually leads to the achievement of Indonesian Oil and Gas 4.0 strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations to Kangen Energy Indonesia Limited. And also, Bapak Taslim, you may return to your seat. Thank you so much.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have finished 4 awards in managing supply chain, people, and facility. Now we'll have SKK Migas Award, which relates to the risks, financing, and commercialization.
But before that, we are going to have Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko as Deputy for Finance and Monetization to have a little chat with us. Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko, di manakah Bapak? Pak Arif, coba kita, nah.
Boleh kita berikan spotlightnya untuk Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko?
Cek, ya, I'm here.
Coba, kita lagi kayak mencari. Bapak di sebelah kanan ya Pak? Iya benar, sebelah kanan. Area ini, Pak Arif, kayak mohon waktu sejenak Pak untuk ngobrol-ngobrol. Tadi saya udah ngobrol kita udah ngobrol dengan Bapak Taslim, juga sekarang dengan Bapak Arif. Pak Arif, menurut Bapak, bagaimana SKK Migas menilai kinerja kontraktor yang dinominasikan untuk mendapatkan penghargaan sebagai the best financial performance. Nah, silakan Pak.
Baik, kita setup kriteria dulu. Kita udah ada 20-an kriteria lebih lah untuk menilai. Yang jelas yang kita pilih adalah PSC contractors atau K3 yang keep continuously generating revenue both for the contractors and state of Republic of Indonesia. Setelah itu juga kita lihat cost optimization yang mereka lakukan. Dan yang terakhir yang juga paling penting buat SKK Migas dan negara adalah mereka punya bentuk pertanggungjawaban atau accountability dari reportnya, termasuk juga compliance terhadap peraturan-peraturan yang ada yang berlaku di Indonesia. Demikian Pak MC, Ibu MC.
Luar biasa.
Terima kasih Pak Arif untuk respon dan juga jawabannya pada siang hari ini.
Tinggi-tinggi berarti ya, sangat hebat sekali para peraih penghargaan ini.
Iya benar sekali. Oke, boleh kita lanjut lagi?
Kita lanjutkan agendanya, and ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here is SKK Migas Award for Zero Insurance Claim. SKK Migas Award for Zero Insurance Claim category is given to PSC contractors who have succeeded in managing their risks, which resulted to no insurance claims for the last 10 years.
It is hoped that this achievement will become a role model for all PSC contractors to carry out risk management and insurance for their assets proficiently.
Yes, this award is divided into 2 categories, which are production PSC contractors with a value of assets under the insurance coverage below $100 million and above $100 million.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for Zero Insurance Claim asset insurance coverage below $100 million goes to
BOP Pertamina Bumi Siap Pusako. And we'd like to invite the representative from BOB Pertamina Bumi Siak Pusako to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko, Deputy for Finance and Monetization SKK Migas, to present the award. Please, Pak Arif.
Kami mengundang kembali satu perwakilan dari BOB Pertamina Bumi Siak Pusako. Oh, terima kasih Bapak. Mohon maaf, saya mencari nih. Dan kami silakan kepada Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko untuk menyerahkan penghargaan ini. Alright, one big round of applause for BOB Pertamina Bumi Siak Pusako for the achievement asset insurance coverage below 100 million US dollar. Thank you, Pak Arif, to remain on the side of the stage for the next category.
And we invite representative of BOB Pertamina Bumi Siak Pusako to deliver your speech. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Maaf, saya buka masker. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati. Pertama-tama saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada SKK Migas yang telah memberikan penghargaan kepada perusahaan kami, Badan Operasi Bersama PT Bumi Siak Pusako Pertamina Hulu. Tentunya kami sangat senang dan bangga menerima penghargaan ini. Kami juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada shareholder kami dari PT Bumi Siak Pusako dan juga dari Pertamina Hulu yang sudah mempercayakan kepada kami mengerjakan kegiatan operasi dari produksi minyak selama ini. Dan kami percaya bahwa penerimaan penghargaan ini atas kontribusi seluruh karyawan BOB yang selama ini dapat bekerja dengan semangat dan kerja keras serta selalu mengedepankan quality, health, safety, and environmental sehingga meminimalisir risiko terjadinya keadaan yang tidak kita harapkan. Dan kami selalu akan mendukung program-program dan target untuk peningkatan produksi minyak dari pemerintah. Dan sebagaimana kita ketahui bahwa produksi minyak masih kita perlukan untuk kemandirian energi di Indonesia pada masa mendatang. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas pemberian penghargaan ini. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and once again congratulations to BOB Pertamina Bumi Siak Pusako for the award. And now SKK Migas Award 2021 for zero insurance claim asset insurance coverage above 100 million US dollar goes to
Exxon Mobil Cepu Limited. And we'd like to invite the representative from Exxon Mobil Cepu Limited to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko, Deputy for Finance and Monetization SKK Migas, to again present the award.
All right, once again, big round of applause for Exxon Mobil Cepu Limited. Asset insurance coverage above 100 million US dollar. Thank you so much to Pak Arif. You may return to your seat.
And we invite representative of Exxon Mobil Cepu Limited to deliver your speech. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon for all the honorable guests. The Vice Chairman of SKK Migas, Pak Tariani, and also all the deputies present here. On behalf of ExxonMobil, we thank SKK Migas for this award given to ExxonMobil Cepu Limited for our operational risk management resilience and flawless efforts resulting the zero claim insurance for the last 10 years. This is also SKK Migas support, and we thank SKK Migas for the continuous support and leaderships to ExxonMobil, so Cepu blocks can operate reliably, safely, and also very efficient to support the around 30% of the Indonesia crude productions. And we believe that this zero claims recognition is guided by SKK Migas leaderships and driven by our operational excellence, our non-stop focus on safety, and also our operations integrity management system, and our highly talented Indonesian workforce have allowed us to continue to bring value to Indonesia without any incident. Again, we thank SKK Migas for this award. Hopefully, this award can be our uplifting spirit for our continuous operational excellence. Thank you. Terima kasih.
All right, thank you. And once again, congratulations to ExxonMobil Cepu Limited for the award. And next, we will announce SKK Migas Award for the best financial performance.
The best financial performance are awarded for PSC contractors that has been continuously achieved beyond targeted lifting value. In addition to that, the PSC contractors has also been consistently generating government revenue and successfully optimizing operating costs.
Furthermore, the PSC contractors has also been valued to be remarkable in accountability aspect and in conforming to stipulated regulation. The award is designed and proposed to enhance spirit and motivate PSC contractors in maintaining high standard performance financial aspects, especially greater oil and gas revenue, operating cost optimization, better accountability, and consistently conforming to regulation.
And ladies and gentlemen, SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best financial performance
goes to third place, PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam.
Second place, Husky Sinok Madura Limited.
And the winner goes to JOB Pertamina Medco INP Tomori Sulawesi.
We'd like to invite the representative from JOB Pertamina Medco INP Tomori Sulawesi to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko to present the award.
Big round of applause for JOB Pertamina Medco INP Tomori Sulawesi for having the best financial performance. And thank you to Pak Arif. You may return to your seat.
And we invite representative of JOB Pertamina Medco INP Tomori Sulawesi to deliver your speech. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada SKK Migas, kepada Kepala SKK Migas, Wakil Kepala SKK Migas, Bapak Taryani, Pak Arif Setiawan Handoko, dan kepada semua Deputi SKK Migas yang hadir di sini atas penghargaan keuangan dan monetisasi. Hadirin yang terhormat, perkenalkan kami dari JOB Pertamina Medco INP Tomori mengucapkan terima kasih sebanyak-banyaknya kepada SKK Migas atas penghargaan ini. Tentunya penghargaan ini juga merupakan kerja keras dari seluruh tim JOB Tomori. Kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih atas kepercayaan dari parents company kami, JOB dari Pertamina Hulu Energi dan juga Medco INP Tomori, juga TEL yang memberikan kepercayaan kepada JOB Tomori untuk mengoperasikan lapangan Senoro Toilik. Tentunya penghargaan ini tidak akan tercapai tanpa kerja keras seluruh tim JOB Tomori dan tanpa dukungan dari SKK Migas. Untuk itu, kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh pekerja JOB Tomori untuk dedikasinya dan kepada SKK Migas atas seluruh dukungannya. Di tengah tantangan pandemi COVID-19 yang sedang kita hadapi bersama, kami berkomitmen untuk terus berkontribusi dalam memberikan manfaat yang optimal bagi negara dan kesejahteraan rakyat. Terima kasih banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and once again congratulations to JOB Pertamina Medco INP Tomori Sulawesi for having the award. And our next category, the leading oil and gas commercialization.
SKK Migas Award for the leading oil and gas commercialization category is given to Indonesian oil and gas sellers who support the achievement of national lifting targets and optimum performance.
Through the recognition of this performance, it is hoped that the seller appointed by SKK Migas can further improve performance in supporting the achievement of Indonesia's natural gas lifting in the future.
The assessment criteria are evaluated from the seller's performance in every activity carried out, including the performance of the achievement of natural gas lifting, innovations and efforts made to avoid lifting failures, and contributions in supporting policies issued by the Indonesian government.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for the leading oil and gas commercialization goes to PT Pertamina Persero.
And we'd like to invite the representative from PT Pertamina Persero to come up on stage, and we can invite Bapak Arif Setiawan Handoko to present the award.
Tepuk tangan, give a big round of applause for PT Pertamina Persero. Thank you to Pak Arif, you may return to your seat.
And we invite the representative of PT Pertamina Persero to deliver your speech. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat buat kita semua. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude for SKK Migas, who has been awarding us with this winning award. Thank you so much for all the support given to Pertamina Group. And of course, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you for all the stakeholders who has been enabling us to and making this happen to Pertamina Group, reaching up to this point. We believe that going forward, our challenges is much harder. So again, we would like to request all the support from all the stakeholders, especially from SKK Migas and all related stakeholders, line ministries, and not to forget also about our strategic partner. Given the challenges target that we have, that we are requested to contribute production and lifting up to 1 million barrel oil per day. Of course, this is very challenging target. And Pertamina as a state-owned enterprise, of course we are unable to reach this target without the support given to Pertamina Group, whether it is coming from the stakeholders as well as from the strategic partner. And for all the partner, for all the support for our third parties, then we are expect that this opportunity, this winning award will be motivating us to deliver more and more and to contribute to oil and gas productions in this country, Indonesia. Thank you again. Thank you so much for all this winning award, and then thank you so much for SKK Migas. Thank you.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations to PT Pertamina Persero for having the award. Now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, before we continue to our next award, we now have Bapak Murdo Gantoro as a Chief Audit Executive SKK Migas to have a little chat with us. On the stage or on the table. Where is Bapak Murdo? Pak Murdo yang mana nih?
Pak Murdo?
Nah,
oh there you are.
Sudah di sebelah kanan ujung depan.
Selamat siang Bapak Murdo, kita ngobrol-ngobrol sedikit Bapak.
Selamat siang.
Oke, Pak Murdo, kira-kira apa saja hal yang bisa ditunjukkan dari sebuah fungsi audit internal yang sesuai dengan praktek terbaik ini?
Ya, saya kira audit yang terbaik untuk saat ini ya dan untuk ke depan nanti auditor hendaknya tidak hanya sebagai menjamin assurance, yang memberikan assurance terhadap berjalannya organisasi dengan baik ataupun laporan-laporan yang telah dilaksanakan dengan baik, namun juga bisa memberikan konsultasi yang baik, juga bisa memberikan partner yang strategik bagi manajemen dan bagi perusahaan. Sehingga fungsi audit ini bisa lebih ke depan untuk memastikan jalannya perusahaan dengan baik. Itu saya kira, Ibu.
Ya. Terima kasih pada Bapak Murdo Gantoro untuk jawabannya. Terima kasih Bapak untuk waktunya juga. And now back to SKK Migas Award 2021. And this time for Assurance and Consultation Excellence Award.
The internal audit function that carries out assurance and consulting activities within the organization has a strategic role to guard and assist the achievement of organizational goals while still complying with applicable laws and regulations.
Assurance and Consulting Excellence, or ACE Award, is given to PSC contractors' internal audit function that implements the best assurance and consulting.
ACE Award 2021 is expected to boost motivation of PSC contractors' internal audit function and continuing contributing an added value of the organization as an independent assurance provider and trusted advisor within the organization.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for Assurance and Consultation Excellence goes to Pertamina Hulu Energi.
And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite the representative from PT Pertamina Hulu Energi to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Murdo Gantoro, Chief Audit Executive SKK Migas, to present the award.
All right, please give one more big round of applause for PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Assurance and Consultation Excellence Award. All right, thank you, Pak Murdo. You may return to your seat. Thank you so much.
And we invite representative of PT Pertamina Hulu Energi to deliver your speech. The stage is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, we would like to say thanks to the distinguished committee which gave us, PHA, the opportunity to join the ACE Award for the year 2021. This is our second year joining and winning ACE Award for 2022 and 2021. It is also a big honor for us to be a part of this event. We also thank you for advice and recommendation which given us to the contractor production sharing contract in partnership with SKK Migas. In this event of ACE Award is very useful, especially for internal audit function in PSG. Currently, the PSG group which transformed into the subholding upstream since April 1st, 2021 and manage many entities which are region 1 until 5 and also the subholding. This organization transform give us bigger challenge and the implementation of ACE with wider scope and higher management expectation. It is our commitment as internal audit function to oversee upstream oil and gas operation in the subholding upstream through the consultation, assurance, and other non-assurance activity, as well as to ensure the operation activity can be carried out effectively, efficiently, economically, and accountably in terms of good governance, compliant with applicable regulation, including the overseeing and supporting the achievement of the 1 billion barrels set by government. Additionally, by joining this event, we are more encouraging to strengthen our function as an assurance provider, problem solver, insight generator, and trusted advisor for our top management. We hope this event can be conducted continuously as a driven for continuous improvement, especially for internal audit in PSC. Thank you very much for 2020 and 2021. We are looking forward for the next ECE 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations once more to PT Pertamina Hulu Energi for having the award.
And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to take a little break and let us indulge ourselves with some good music. Please welcome
Indra Lesmana and Eva Celia Group.
Terima kasih. Itu tadi sebuah lagu yang berjudul Aku Ingin. Terima kasih sudah tetap berada di sini karena memang acaranya belum selesai.
Semoga masih semangat.
Kami, saya dan Eva di sini juga didukung oleh teman-teman musisi yang luar biasa sekali pada siang hari ini. Kami mulai dari sini kali ya. Pada gitar ada Reno Joshua. Reno. Kemudian pada keyboard dan sequencer di sini ada Margareta Christie. Dan pada bass atau synth bass dan Rhodes ini adalah salah satu musisi yang luar biasa sekali. Ya, salah satu bakat yang Bali miliki dan kita sangat bangga sekali. Di sini ada Kevin Suwandi. Dan tentunya dari pojok sana ada tunangannya Eva, ada drums, Demas Narpaksa. Gitu ceritanya, guys.
Oke,
lagu selanjutnya apa nih, Fa?
Lagu selanjutnya is a Song of Mine. Ini lagu yang aku tulis juga dari my latest album. This one is called Kala Senja.
beautiful song.
Thank you.
Kok bisa kamu nulis lagu kayak gitu?
Kan anaknya ayah.
Well, ngomong-ngomong soal menulis lagu, memang itu udah jadi kayak bagian dari kehidupan saya dan juga Eva. Kayaknya kalau nggak menulis lagu itu kayak ada yang hilang gitu ya rasanya. Karena apa yang kita rasakan, apa yang kita lihat, apa yang kita alami, baik kita sendiri yang alami atau teman-teman sendiri yang mengalami atau bahkan dari cerita dari teman-teman, itu merupakan inspirasi yang bisa kita bagikan pada akhirnya dalam sebuah lagu. Dan salah satu teman pembuat lagu saya dari kecil itu adalah kakak saya sendiri, Mira Lesmana. Awal kali saya menulis lagu itu berdua dengan kakak saya, itu usia saya masih mungkin sekitar 12 tahun, 13 tahun. Kami udah berdua nyoba nulis lagu dengan dengan polosnya, dengan polosan kita. Dan tapi ternyata itu menjadi sebuah kebiasaan, menjadi sebuah habit. Dan akhirnya kami sering sekali berkolaborasi dalam membuat lagu. Nah, lagu yang berikut ini yang akan kita bawakan adalah salah satu karya dari saya dan kakak saya Mira Lesmana. Kami buat ini juga sudah lama sekali, nggak usah disebut tahunnya. Judulnya adalah Dunia Boleh Tertawa.
Selalu dapat kuatasi, setiap manusia punya kuasa menepi segala godaan.
Tetapi hampir semua berdalih, tak dapat untuk menahan kendali. Selalu terdengar alasan yang sama. Tiada ada yang sempurna, dunia boleh tertawa karena kita bahagia. Saya tak ingin menipu diri sendiri, dunia boleh berkata ku terikat padanya, dan aku akan mengakui. Setiap kali ini terjadi, selalu dapat kuatasi. Setiap manusia punya kuasa menepi segala godaan.
Tetapi hampir semua berdalih, tak dapat untuk menahan kendali. Selalu terdengar alasan yang sama. Manusia tidak ada yang sempurna, dunia boleh tertawa karena kita bahagia. Kita yang tak ingin menipu
tapi hampir semua berdalih. Lalu terdengar alasan yang sama. Manusia tidak ada yang sempurna. Dunia boleh tertawa karena kita bahagia. Kita yang tak ingin menipu diri sendiri. Dunia boleh berkata ku terikat padanya. Dan aku akan mengakui dunia boleh tertawa karena kita bahagia. Kita yang tak ingin menipu diri sendiri. Dunia boleh berkata ku terikat padanya. Dan aku akan mengakui dunia boleh tertawa. Kita yang tak ingin menipu diri sendiri. Dunia boleh berkata. Dan aku akan mengakui.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kita
Ladies
sudah
and
dulu
gentlemen, give it up for Indra Lesmana and Eva Celia Group.
Once again, what an enjoyable performance. Now we are back again to SKK Migas Award 2021. And now we're gonna have a little chit chat again with SKK Migas management. And we are going to have Bapak Julius Wiratno as Deputy Operation SKK Migas. Okay, where is Bapak Julius? A little spotlight for Bapak Julius, please. Okay, I think, oh yeah, table number 4.
Yes, in the front row.
Yes, halo.
Coba mungkin Bapak Julius mohon maaf boleh berkenan untuk berdiri. Nah, oh ini datang. Nah itu dia, ya ampun mohon maaf Bapak ini gelap banget Pak. Pak Julius, kita pengen nanya dikit juga seperti tadi beberapa dari manajemen dari SKK Migas. Dari sisi operasi nih Pak, pesan apa yang dapat Bapak sampaikan kepada seluruh K3S agar lebih efektif dan efisien dalam mencapai target produksi dan lifting yang sudah ditetapkan oleh pemerintah. Dan Bapak memiliki waktu 2 jam untuk menjawab pertanyaan ini. Silakan Bapak.
Terima kasih. Jadi kalau tadi disampaikan pesan apa ya dari sisi operasi kepada para pelaku bisnis di industri migas khususnya para K3S di dalam meningkatkan produksi mencapai target produksi lifting untuk bisa lebih efektif efisien. Salah satunya yang sudah dan selalu kita gaungkan adalah penerapan production enhancement technology yang sudah dan sedang juga dilakukan. Dengan skema no cure no pay. Nah ini yang selalu kita introduce dan kita dorong terus untuk dilaksanakan. Setelah melalui kalkulasi risiko tentu saja bahwa kalau ada penerapan teknologi dan ada kegagalannya, tentu saja para kontraktor tidak mengalami kerugian. Nah, ya. Jadi yang kita dorong untuk penerapan production enhancement technology yang tentu saja sesuai dengan ketentuan peraturan yang berlaku, sesuai dengan pedoman tata kerja yang ada saat ini. Demikian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak Julius Wiratno selaku Deputy of Operation SKK Migas untuk pesan-pesan diberikan. Terima kasih Bapak untuk kesempatannya.
And ladies and gentlemen, we continue the SKK Migas Award 2021.
Now we present Operational Excellence Achievement.
SKK Migas Award for the Operational Excellence Achievement category is given to PSC contractors, which includes assessments from all divisions in the operations, which are Production Operations Division, Project Management and Facility Maintenance Division, Oil and Gas Operations Support and Safety Division, Drilling and Well Maintenance Operations Division.
The assessment time frame is limited from January 1st, 2021 until June 30th, 2021, and are grouped based on PSC contractors' production volume in units of barrel of oil equivalent per day, or BOEPD, namely category of production above 50,000 BOEPD, category of production between 10 and 50,000 BOEPD, and category of production under 10,000 BOEPD.
It is hoped that this award will motivate PSC contractors to always provide complete performance in achieving production and lifting targets, carry out all work program on time, ensure the reliability of production facilities while prioritizing HSSE aspects.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for the Operational Excellent Achievement, category of production under 10,000 BOEPD goes to... Third place, Chevron Rapak Limited.
Second place, PT Medco Energi Sampang Proprietary Limited.
And the winner goes to PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Ogan Komering.
And we'd like to invite the representative from PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Ogan Komering to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Julius Wiratno, Deputy for Operations of SKK Migas, to present the award. Pak Julius.
Kembali kami mengundang Bapak Julius Wiratno. Ya, tadi kita sempat ngobrol-ngobrol sebentar ya. Iya, kami persilakan untuk menuju ke panggung pada Bapak Julius Wiratno untuk mempersembahkan award kategori production under 10,000 BOEPD kepada PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Ogan Komering. Please give a big round of applause once again to PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Ogan Komering.
And to Pak Julius, thank you. Please remain on the side of the stage for the next award.
And we invite a representative of PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Ogan Komering to deliver your winning speech. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good afternoon, all of you. Alhamdulillah, it's a pleasure and honor for us, Pertamina Hulu Energi Ogan Komering, to receive Operational Excellence Achievement Award 2021 for category production under 10,000 BOEPD. I hope we can do better in the future. In this extraordinary opportunity, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for all the help and direction from all parties that have been given to us. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, and once again congratulations to PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Ogan Komering for having the award.
And ladies and gentlemen, next, SKK Migas Award 2021 for the Operational Excellence Achievement category of production between 10 and 50,000 BOEPD goes to...
Third place, PT Pertamina Hulu Kalimantan Timur.
Second place, Husky Sinok Madura Limited.
And the winner goes to Medco ENP Natuna Limited.
We'd like to invite the representative from Medco ENP Natuna Limited to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Julius Wiratno to present the award.
Okay, thank you, Pak Julius. Please remain on the side of the stage for the next award.
And we invite representative of Medco ENP Natuna Limited to deliver your speech. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, selamat sore everyone. First, selamat sore Pak Fatar Yani dan and also management of SKK Migas dan teman-teman from all the PSCs. First of all, I want to thank SKK Migas and committee for this award. This is about operation excellence. So in Medco, we apply this operation excellence across our organization, across our all assets to reinforce our sustainable culture improvement. So that's the continuous improvement that we are continue doing in our operations. And for our Medco E&P team, thanks for your best effort. Thanks for all the effort that you put together to get this award. So this award is for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and once again, congratulations to Medco E&P Natural Limited for having this award.
You may return to your seat, sir. And now SKK Migas Award 2021 for the Operational Excellence Achievement category of production above 50,000 BOPD goes to...
Third place, JOB Pertamina Medco E&P Tomori.
Second place, PT Pertamina Hulu Rokan.
And the winner for this award goes to PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam.
We invite the representative from PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Julius Wiratno to present the award.
Can we have one more big round of applause for Pertamina Hulu Mahakam? Category of production above 50,000 BOEPD. And thank you to Pak Julius. You may return to your seat. Thank you, Pak Julius.
And we invite representative of PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam to deliver your speech. The stage is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala SKK Migas, Bapak Wakil Kepala SKK Migas, dan manajemen Deputi SKK Migas seluruhnya, manajemen K3S yang hadir pada kesempatan sore hari ini. Pertamina Hulu Mahakam merasa sangat terhormat dan berterima kasih kepada SKK Migas hingga pada kesempatan ini bisa hadir dalam agenda Second International Convention of Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021 untuk menerima penghargaan Operational Excellence Achievement kategori di atas 50 MBOPD. Penghargaan ini merupakan hasil dari kerja keras dan komitmen seluruh tim di Pertamina Hulu Mahakam yang didukung oleh Pertamina Hulu Indonesia dan seluruh insan PT Pertamina dalam memberikan kinerja terbaik meskipun pada saat kondisi yang sangat menantang bagi industri hulu migas, yaitu kami bekerja di tengah dan di situasi pandemi. Pada kesempatan yang baik ini, saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada SKK Migas, Pertamina Hulu Indonesia, Pertamina Sabuding Upstream, PT Pertamina Persero, dan seluruh stakeholders atas dukungan dan kerjasamanya dalam pengelolaan wilayah kerja Mahakam. Pertamina Hulu Mahakam akan terus konsisten di dalam memelihara keekonomian aset, melakukan prioritisasi proyek dan inovasi teknologi, serta melakukan upaya-upaya optimalisasi dan penghematan di seluruh aspek bisnis dan operasi perusahaan guna mempertahankan operation excellence yang sudah diberikan. Apa yang dicapai oleh PAM semakin menguatkan pendapat bahwa Jika kita melakukan cukup banyak hal yang kecil dengan benar, maka hal-hal positif yang besar pun akan bisa terjadi. Sebagai penutup, penghargaan ini kami dedikasikan kepada seluruh insan dan perwira Pertamina Hulu Mahakam dan Pertamina dimanapun yang telah menyumbangkan pikiran dan dedikasinya untuk Pertamina. Perwira PHM, baik yang mengikuti online maupun offline, inilah capaian yang untuk rekan-rekan sekalian, bahwa kalian telah membuktikan bahwa tidak perlu menunggu hebat untuk memulai, tetapi kita harus segera memulai untuk menjadi hebat. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the speech. And congratulations again to all the winners. Can we give a big round of applause?
For all the winners for SKK Migas 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our third day together. Or maybe, not maybe, this is our last day together.
Last day until next year.
Yes, hopefully, amin. On second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021. And for those of you distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, who forget our name, my name is Imam, and this is my beautiful partner is Dazen. And now we're gonna have a small moment, little moment with Bapak Beni Lubiantara as Deputy for Planning. And where is Bapak Beni? Where's the table? Oh!
There he is.
Tes.
There
I'm
he is,
here, Iman and Dazen, right?
Nah.
Yes, that's right Bapak Beni,
Dazen.
betul sekali Pak.
Pak Beni terima kasih loh Pak, 3 hari kita bareng-bareng loh Pak. Tetap semangat.
Terima kasih.
Iya, ini ada satu pertanyaan Pak, mengingat banyaknya lapangan yang sudah mature field di Indonesia, sekali lagi yang sudah ya bisa dibilang mature field di Indonesia, apa yang perlu dilakukan untuk mempertahankan produksi atau bahkan itu dia Pak, mencapai 1 juta BOPD dan 12 BSCFD.
Oke.
Silakan Pak.
Thank you. I think this is the whole topic of our 3 days convention, 1 million BOPD and 12 BCF per day. Okay, when we talk about the target, we have created 4 layers. You can see in the first and the second day, mature fields actually contribute for the first 3 layers. You know, the keyword for this layer actually the optimization and acceleration. So when we talk about optimizations, we are talking not only about the subsurface or reservoir optimization, but also, of course, cost optimization. Cost optimization or strategic cost management is very important because, you know, some fields, the economic are quite challenging, so they might require some incentive. So before we jump to the discussion about the incentive, we need to make sure that the costs have been optimized by both, by SKK and contractor, of course. And for the information, next week we will have FGD, of course not as big as this, you know, in Bandung, about the cost optimization. Please support. I hope you send the representative to attend that meeting, which is very important meeting in Bandung next week. I hope that is the last meeting in this year, because we have so many FGDs during in the month of December. And finally, I think the 1 million and 12 BCF per day can only be achieved with our fourth strategy, which is explorations. Exploration, of course, for both conventional and unconventional. Discussed already, very comprehensive for the last 2 days. So of course, we need the fiscal incentive as well to achieve that target. I think with the hope of everybody, and of course, inshallah, with the spirit of collaboration among us, reaching the target hopefully will be easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Beni Lubiantara, for the insights. And Dazen, shall we continue with the next award?
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, for the next category, SKK Migas Award for the most optimum planning and realization.
SKK Migas Award for the most optimum planning and realization category is given to PSC contractors who have been able to carry out exploitation activities properly and measurably. This impacts to the amount of reserves that can be monetized, surpassing the initial plan of development, which existing gas sales agreement can be fulfilled. Furthermore, the operated working area exceeds their target of contribution to government revenue.
It is hoped that this award can motivate PSC contractors to continue to prioritize optimum exploitation activities amidst various unfavorable operational and economic conditions.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for the most optimum planning and realization goes to Medco
ENP Natuna Limited. And we'd like to invite the representative from Medco ENP Natuna Limited to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Benny Lubiantara, Deputy for Planning SKK Migas, to present the award.
All right, please give a big round of applause for Medco ENP Natuna Limited, the most optimum planning and realization. Thank you so much. And to Pak Benny, you may return to your seat. And we now give a moment for a representative of Medco ENP Natuna Limited to deliver your winning speech. The stage is yours.
This will be very brief. I just want to thank SKK Migas and the committee for this award, and for my team, Medco ENP Natuna, this is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, congratulations to the award. And next category, SKK Migas Award for the fastest field discovery to on-stream.
SKK Migas Award for the fastest field discovery to on-stream category is given to PSC contractors who have been able to accelerate oil and gas exploration and exploitation in their working area from discovery until the field is on-stream. Furthermore, the on-stream working area contributes to the increase in national oil and gas reserves and the achievement of national oil and gas lifting target.
It is hoped that this award can motivate PSC contractors to continue to increase exploration activities in working areas that are potential for discovery and accelerate oil and gas exploitation activities in field with discoveries to expedite the first oil or first gas.
And ladies and gentlemen, SKK Migas Award 2021 for the fastest field discovery to on-stream
goes to Texcal Mahato EP Limited.
And we'd like to invite the representative from Texcal Mahato EP Limited to come on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Benny Lubiantara to present the award.
Big round of applause for Texcal Mahato EP Limited, the fastest field discovery to on-stream. And thank you, Pak Benny. You may return to your seat again. Thank you so much for your moment. And we invite representative of Texcal Mahato EP Limited to deliver your winning speech. The stage is yours. You look great, sir. You look great. It's okay. Yeah, you're very impressed with yourself. Wow. Good then. I'm sorry, sir. Would you move a bit forward to the mic? Yes.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I want to start my speech by a small dua in Arabic. اللهم لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. Which means all grace goes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I will start my speech by thanking everybody here for this opportunity, this outstanding opportunity. Our journey as Texcal Mahato in Indonesia was very short. However, it was very exciting opportunity with a lot of achievements. I'm just going to give you a small brief about our achievements. We managed, as stated, we managed to move from discovery to on-stream in less than 11 months. We managed to ship our first crude in 3 months after POD approval. We managed to complete all our POD commitment, which is drilling 8 wells in less than 1 year. Currently, we are at 190% production level from POD target. So we almost double our POD target production. Alhamdulillah, everything went well with us. So our journey was very exciting, however bumpy a little bit. But this achievement would not have been possible without everybody collaboration and active dialogue between us and the authorities, and which managed to lead to such phenomenal results. The main highlight out of this achievement was that we managed to prove to everybody in the industry that discoveries in Indonesia, oil and gas discoveries in Indonesia, can be monetized extremely very well in a very timely manner, which actually benefited all stakeholders. This is the core business of this conference. We need to push such frontier and such exploration to such level of optimization and of efficiency. Finally, I want to thank everybody for this, especially my family, Taxcal Mahatu team for their dedication, SKK Migas for their patience and guidance, and last but not least, ESDM and Migas for their ultimate support. Indonesia leadership has constantly demonstrated their drive and desire to promote and improve investment environment in Indonesia. This is highly appreciated and recognized. However, to reach our targets that we've been referring to in 2030, there is a lot of work to be done. And we have to do it immediately. We cannot delay it. These targets are must do. It's not an option for this nation. And we will always, as a company and as operators, will support Indonesia to reach its level as much as we can. But we hope as well from the authorities to support us with the same level of good intention that we have for this country. Thank you all for this amazing events, and thank you.
Thank you for your speech, sir, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you so much. And Dazen, I noticed there is a distinguished gentleman, the representative from Texcal, is among one of those guests who always stay until the end of the event each day, every day. So,
exactly.
Sir, thank you so much. Please accept our sincere appreciation. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, and he always asks for an interpreter headset every time it doesn't work, so I'm sure he always pays attention.
Okay, thank you so much. And
congratulations, and we're going to our next award, ladies and gentlemen, SKK Migas Award for the Best Performance in Exploration Activity.
SKK Migas Award for the Best Performance in Exploration Activity category is given to PSC contractors who carry out exploration activities to discover hydrocarbons to be developed before the end of 6-year exploration period.
It is hoped that this award can motivate PSC contractors to commit and take the initiative in increasing exploration activities to discover oil and gas in their working area, as well as accelerate exploration activities to enter the exploitation phase in supporting the production target of 1 million barrels of oil per day and 12 BSCFD in 2030.
And SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best performance in exploration activity
goes to
Petronas
Cari Gali North Madura 2 Limited. And we'd like to invite the representative from Petronas Cari Gali North Madura 2 Limited to come up on stage. And we kindly invite Bapak Benny Lubiantara once more to present the award.
Big round of applause, please, for Petronas Cari Gali North Madura 2 Limited, the best performance in exploration activity.
Thank you, Pak Benny. You may return to your seat. And now we invite representative of Petronas Cari Gali North Madura 2 Limited to deliver your speech. Stage is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, again, it is such great honor for me to stand again in the stage to represent Petronas Cari Gali Indonesia to receive best performance in exploration activity. So this is achieved since early this year, despite of pandemic situation. We collaborate with SKK Migas together to drill exploration activity that resulting significant oil discovery from our Hidayah 1 oil exploration. So I believe that this achievement is because of strong commitment, strong collaboration between Petronas Cari Gali Indonesia with the all host authority, SKK Migas, Migas, Government of Indonesia, and also all of our partners. So this achievement also give us more motivation to give more positive contribution to the nation security, energy security that we can achieve through synergy and better collaboration together in the future years. So we are looking forward to continue working together and collaborate to realize to achieve the aspiration of 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 billion cubic feet per day in 2030. Thank you very much and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and once again congratulations to Petronas Cari Gali North Madura 2 Limited for having this award.
And next, ladies and gentlemen, SKK Migas Award for the most acquired data in exploration activity.
SKK Migas Award for the most acquired data in exploration activity is given to PSC contractors who have successfully carried out exploration survey activities that have contributed to providing significant additional data of frontier basins in Indonesia.
It is hoped that this award can motivate PSC contractors to continue to carry out survey activities to add the required data, not only in mature basins, but also in basins where exploration data is still minimum.
SKK Migas Award 2021, the most acquired data in exploration activity,
goes to PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Jambi Merang. And we'd like to invite the representative from PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Jambi Merang to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Benny Lubiantara to present the award.
Big round of applause please for PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Jambi Merang, the most acquired data in exploration activity.
Thank you, Pak Benny. You may return to your seat. And we invite representative of PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Jambi Merang to deliver your speech. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let me first of all, I'd like to thank SKK Migas for this award. It's good to receive this award on behalf of Pertamina Hulu Energi Jambi Merang. and it's good to receive that from Deputi Perencanaan. As we know that exploration is one of the key in 1 million barrel a day. I just learned that from SKK Migas, that it's very important to do exploration, and it's good that PAI Jambi Merang has committed to do a lot of exploration activities, and actually it has a commitment, one of the largest commitment in a working open area. So hopefully this award can inspire us to do more. I think a couple of years ago we did one of the largest 2D seismic, and we keep doing this in open area and the frontier area. And I think we received this because we did something in Papua, so in the frontier area. And hopefully the data can be used by all of the parties in Indonesia to add more exploration activities in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your speech. And once again, congratulations to PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Jambi Merang to accomplish the award.
And now, SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best initiative on cost optimization.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best initiatives on cost optimization category is given to PSC contractors who have made cost optimization a corporate culture and part of the company's business strategy. PSC contractors who have shown that cost optimizations can be done by innovating in how to operate while still supporting the achievement of production targets and meeting safety factors. This award is expected to encourage other PSC contractors to be optimistic about moving towards a massive, aggressive, and efficient direction.
And SKK Migas Award 2021 for the best initiative on cost optimization goes to
PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam. And we'd like to invite the representative from PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Benny Lubiantara again to present the award.
Can we have a big round of applause for PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam, the best initiative on cost optimization award for this year, 2021 or 2021. Thank you, Pak Benny. You may return to your seat.
And we invite representative of PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam to deliver your winning speech, sir. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat sore, salam sejahtera. Kembali di panggung ini, saya menyampaikan terima kasih penghargaan setinggi-tingginya kepada Kepala SKK Migas, Pak Dwi Sucipto, Wakil Kepala SKK Migas, para deputi manajemen di SKK Migas. Pertamina Hulu Mahakam merasa sangat terhormat dan berterima kasih kepada SKK Migas sehingga pada kesempatan ini kami menerima penghargaan The Best Initiatives on Cost Optimization, di mana penghargaan ini merupakan hasil dari kerja keras dan peran aktif seluruh perwira Pertamina Hulu Mahakam dan Pertamina Hulu Indonesia yang telah berkontribusi dalam melaksanakan operasi di Blok Mahakam dengan aman, namun tetap efektif dan efisien. Pada kesempatan yang baik ini saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih juga kepada Pertamina Subholding Upstream dan seluruh stakeholders atas dukungan dan kerjasamanya yang luar biasa di dalam pengelolaan wilayah kerja Mahakam. Pada tahun 2021 dan ke depan, Pertamina Hulu Mahakam akan terus berkomitmen di dalam melaksanakan program optimisasi biaya operasi melalui program Low Operation Cost of Mahakam to achieve effectiveness and efficiencies, yang biasa saya sampaikan sebagai program lokomotif 8, yaitu dengan 8 inisiatif utama yang sejauh ini hingga Oktober tahun 2021 telah berhasil mencatatkan prognosa penghematan biaya hingga sebesar 60 juta US dollar. Para perwira PHM dan perwira Pertamina Hulu Indonesia dan Sabuling Upstream bahwa kegiatan inovasi dan sinergi ini telah memberikan kontribusi nyata terhadap keekonomian aset di Blok Mahakam. Dan keberlanjutan operasi lapangan-lapangan di WK Mahakam, selanjutnya kami dedikasikan award ini untuk seluruh perwira Pertamina Hulu Mahakam, baik yang menyaksikan secara offline maupun online, yang telah memberikan seluruh ide dan karyanya. A winner is a dreamer who never give up. Bahwa seorang pemenang adalah pemimpi yang tidak pernah menyerah. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What an inspiring speech. Thank you, sir. And once again, congratulations to PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam.
And next category, here it is. SKK Migas Award 2021 for the most aggressive exploitation work program in 2022.
SKK Migas Award for the most aggressive exploitation work program in 2022 category is given to BSC contractors with the most aggressive number of exploitation work programs, including drilling, workover, and well services. And the number of production increased in 2022 based on the results of the pre-WPNB and WPNB 2022 discussions.
It is hoped that this award can motivate BSC contractors to always make aggressive, large, effective, and efficient plans to achieve production target in 2022 and also to stay in line with the government's long-term strategic planning to achieve the production target of 1 million BOPD and 12 BSCFD in 2030.
This aggressive work program always puts forward the principle of maximizing value for the government and contractors and is always based on good reservoir management.
SKK Migas Award 2021 for the most aggressive exploitation work program in 2022 goes to third place, PT Pertamina Hulu Mahakam.
Second place, PT Pertamina EP.
And the winner goes to PT Pertamina Hulu Rokan.
And we'd like to invite the representative from PT Pertamina Hulu Rokan to come up on stage, and we kindly invite Bapak Benny Lubiantara again to present the award.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give one more big round of applause for PT Pertamina Hulu Rokan, the most aggressive exploitation work program in 2022.
Thank you very much, Pak Benny. You may return to your seat. And we invite the representative of PT Pertamina Hulu Rokan to deliver your winning speech. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good again to receive the second award, all from the Deputy Perencanaan. On behalf of Pertamina Hulu Rokan, I'd like to thank SKK Migas for all the help. Pertamina Hulu Rokan has been operating this block for about less than 4 months. But the preparation that has been done has been taking place for about almost 2 years. And SKK Migas has played a very important role in making sure that the transition was safe and we can achieve what we achieved today. In less than 4 months, we have managed to drill a new well, 110 wells. So we cannot achieve that without the help from SKK Migas and from the team as well, the team in Rokan and the team in Jakarta as well. And for this award in 2022, since we have managed to drill so many wells this year, we think we could do more next year. Because I don't think Pak Julius will take less than what we have this year. So for next year, as part of the WPNB, we are planning to drill probably around 400 and maybe close to 500 wells next year. And hopefully, this could inspire more investment in Indonesia and also help us to increase the production from the Rokan block. And again, thank you so much. I will bring this to my team because this is dedicated to all of the team, to about 5,000 people in the Regional 1 Sumatra. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, and once again, congratulations to PT Pertamina Hulu Rokan. Dazen.
Yes, Imam.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. That wraps up all categories of SKK Migas Award 2021. And once again, congratulations to all the winners. And of course, we are hoping to see you at the next SKK Migas Award 2022. 2022 and in a better condition.
Of course, and we will see you next year. But before, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the whole event of the second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas, please welcome Vice Chairman of SKK Migas as the head of steering committee of the second IOG Convention 2021, Bapak Fataryani Abdur Rahman, to deliver his closing remarks.
Thank you to all of you who keep staying here until the end of the convention. Also from online, I heard we still have around 3,500 over participants from online. Very good. Very good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the 2021 International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. All praises are all to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has provided us with gracious blessing so that we can gather today in a good health to attend and participate in this important convention, which discusses the path towards 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 billion standard cubic feet per day by 2030, that enabled by 4 strategic plans. What we have achieved so far, there are 4 strategic plans. First, low carbon initiatives and net zero in upstream activities. Second, strong collaboration across stakeholders. The third one, attracting investments to unlock potential from new basin and existing assets. And the fourth one, reshaping path forward towards IOG 4.0 target, enabled by unconventional and integrated gas commercialization strategy. Please allow me, as a Vice Chairman of SKK Migas, to share my thoughts on what have been a fantastic and insightful 3-day event. First and foremost, I want to start by expressing my gratitude to everyone for delivering this successful event. Thank you to all participants. We have more than 150,000 attendees from 24 countries joining us from various online platforms. And also we have 250 attendees here with us who attended physically in Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center. You can see still a lot of people here staying on the table. I'm very humble with the level of participation, reaching more than 10 times of that IOG 2020 last year. not only making this event as the largest oil and gas conference in Asia Pacific, but also signifying their enormous interest towards Indonesia oil and gas prospects. I hope all of us were able to gain insights towards the future of upstream oil and gas in Indonesia and obtain assurance and commitment from the Government of Indonesia that 2030 growth of upstream oil and gas is still a vital part of the equation with the country's overall net zero roadmap. Second, thank you to all our sponsors to this event. We are truly grateful for your support to make the first hybrid IOG 2021 event successful. To our platinum sponsors, PT Pertamina Huru Energy, PGN Saka, PT Pupuk Indonesia, ExxonMobil Cepu Limited, and all other sponsors, thank you for your support in bringing Indonesia upstream oil and gas to reach new heights. The third one, thank you to our distinguished and notable speakers from Government of Indonesia, Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs on behalf of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Minister of Investment, Minister of Finance, Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises on behalf of Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, CEO of international and national oil companies, international agencies, international and local vendors, and also from various global energy and oil and gas associations. We would also like to thank the 127 speakers, including 22 international speakers, who made this convention a truly fruitful and meaningful time. It is an honor to have you join our discussions, both to reflect on progress in the past 12 months and align on the key initiatives required to further accelerate the progress towards 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 billion standard cubic feet per day in 2030. 30 journalists from 26 national media partners joined us in Bali. In addition to the many national and international media partners globally who are helping us promote this event and emphasize our collective spirit to reach our IOG 4.0 targets. Finally, thank you to the SKK Migas Organizing Committee, Pak Luki and his team, Boston Consulting Group, Samara, Suara Gangsing, PICO, as our event partners in organizing and managing the IOG 2021 event. IOG 2021 was successfully held in a hybrid setting, where many speakers, attendees, and media partners were able to join us in person to enrich the IOG 2021 experience. IOG 2021 is living proof that Bali, as well as Indonesia as a whole, is ready to usher in a new era of tourism. Over the three events, we hosted 7 Indonesia and international keynote speakers, 5 main panel discussions, 11 concurrent forums, and the overall event was culminated with the CEO Forum held earlier this morning, where I was joined by distinguished speakers from 7 major PSC leaders. During this event, we also had important announcement of Capman ESDM term and condition for Sonoro extension, signing of PSC contract for South CPP and Liman working areas with PT Energy Mega Persada EMP TBK and Husky Energy International Corporation respectively, and the launching of second bidding round for 8 working areas. These signings of PSC contract and strong interest from investors to participate in the upcoming second bidding round are clear testaments on the investment attractiveness offered by Indonesian government. We also witnessed the CCUS MOU signing between SKK Migas and BP on the first day. This marks an important milestone for oil and gas to operate in a sustainable way actively contributing towards a nation net zero emission target by 2060. Furthermore, we also witnessed the signing of 41 gas commercial agreements this afternoon and this morning, which is a strong testament to our commitment in providing continuous certainty and assurance related to the gas offtake in the domestic market. Next, I want to highlight the awards we gave out to PSCs. Awards in 22 categories were given to PSCs with the best performance in planning, finance, and environmentally friendly source of energy. Gas is expected to play a stronger role going forward, giving its relatively lower carbon emission to support realization of commitment from Government of Indonesia to phase out coal by 2030. The performance in planning, finance, and monetization, operations, procurement, and supply chains management, internal supervision, business support, and facility management segments. So congratulations to all the top performance, and what a wonderful reminder it is of how much we have grown together in our journey. Finally, I would like to highlight 3 key takeaways from these conventions. Number 1, oil and gas industry is expected to stay and remain a core pillar of Indonesian economic growth. The time is now. We have a short window to capitalize on our nation's great potential, and we need to do it in a sustainable way. Number 2, we must recognize and embrace the accelerated energy transition and desire from global societies to leverage greener and environmentally friendly source of energy. Gas is expected to play a stronger role in going forward, given its relatively low carbon emission to support realization of commitment from Government of Indonesia to phase out coal by 2040. Number 3, Indonesia has immense potential and sizable number of unexplored oil and gas basins. To unlock this potential, we are eager to work with various international and domestic investors. Government of Indonesia is committed to provide highly competitive returns, improve ease of doing business in Indonesia, as well as demonstrate strong collaboration across stakeholders and respective entities, providing long-term assurance of regulation stability in Indonesia. What will be our path forward? As this is the first time in the post-COVID world, we are organizing global-scale hybrid event for the oil and gas industry in Indonesia. Please accept our apology for inconvenience we have caused. We have an exciting journey ahead of us. Indonesia has the right to shape energy and oil and gas industry globally, given the immense size of our potential, both on oil and gas, conventional and unconventional resources, and natural carbon sequestration capacity. Government of Indonesia is committed to work collaboratively with all of you, generating very attractive investment returns and providing ecosystem with high ease of doing business, accommodating not only traditional Indonesia oil and gas players, but also the small cap, mid cap exploration companies, private equity funded players, and many others. Time is now. It is on us to retain our license to operate through new ways of working, operating upstream oil and gas business in a sustainable way, continue to provide affordable energy to country, and generate healthy returns to the shareholders, and help fund the accelerating energy transition. We need to be adaptive. We need to be agile. We need to hold each other accountable on transforming the way we work. We need to collaborate stronger in our journey toward achieving IOG 4.0 target. We wish you all had productive and fruitful discussion throughout this 3-day convention. We hope you enjoy the convention and feel confident that Indonesia is the place to be for oil and gas energy investment for the future. We are excited to hold this event again in the coming years. Hopefully it will be in a bigger scale. And we look forward to welcoming you back and hope to show you the progress we have made in meeting our long-term targets. We hope to welcome bigger crowds from all over the world and make clear that Indonesia is a force to be reckoned with. Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas is here to stay, and we look forward to accelerating our progress toward our IOG 4.0 goals alongside our net zero commitments. With this, I declare that this convention is obviously closed. Thank you very much and see you again next year. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir, for your closing remarks. Bapak Fathar-Yani Abdurrahman as the head of steering committee of the second IOG Convention 2021.
All right, Dazen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very memorable 3 days on Second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for all the moment we've shared together. But the fun is not over yet. Please join us in welcoming again Indra Lesmana and Eva Celia Group.
Ya, sekali lagi selamat untuk semuanya. Kita akan mengakhiri acara ini dengan beberapa lagu untuk semua yang hadir di sini. Ini adalah karya terbaru dari saya dan Eva yang baru saja dirilis awal tahun. Judulnya adalah Citra Nusantara.
Lihat surya pagi menyapa, jagat raya alam semesta berseri warna, katulistiwa senantiasa karunia. Ingat kisah syair pusaka, ikrar yang menyatukan kita. Seiring masa melintas hening cakrawala, membawa pesona citra Indonesia, warisan budaya negeri yang tercinta, anugerah rimba bangsa muda. Dari irama
kita nyanyi bareng ya semuanya, jangan kemana-mana.
Kalau ini pasti bisa nyanyi bareng soalnya.
Haruskah ku ulangi lagi kata cintaku padamu, yakinkan hatimu. Masihkah terlintas di dada keraguanmu itu, susahkan hatimu. Takkan ada cinta yang pastikan cintaku hanya untukmu. Oh, pernahkah terbesit olehmu? Aku pun takut kehilangan dirimu. Ingatkah satu baik kenangan, cerita cinta kita tak mungkin terlupa. Buang semua angan melukku, percaya takdir kita. Ku cinta padamu. Takkan ada cinta yang lain, pastikan cintaku hanya untukmu. Oh, pernahkah terbesit olehmu? Aku pun takut kehilangan
terakhir nih.
Lagu terakhir, silakan joget-joget, foto-foto, enjoy yourself. I hope you guys had a great afternoon. Thank you for having us. Ya boleh kesini, kita joget-joget.
1,5-2 meter boleh.
Iya boleh, betul. Kita tetap prokes.
Soalnya kita doang yang nggak pakai
Iya,
masker.
kita pakai masker soalnya.
Oke.
Alright.
All about you ya.
Yes. This last song is called All About You.
Baby, don't you know that I've been running in circles, trying to get you to believe me, so we can see eye to eye. Understand that I come with the past. You know you do too. Oh, understand that this could be the last year that you be acting brand new. All about you. Did you see that I'm all about you? Can't you see that I'm all about you? And if I had to, I'd say it a million times, say it a million times. I could tell you worry sometimes about them other guys. Won't be wrong to say that I might be on their minds, but I could care less. You're the only one I wanna break. All about you. Can't you see that I'm all about you? Can't you see that I am all about you? And if I had to, I'd say it a million times, say it a million times. 'Cause all I can say is that I wish I had met you a little bit sooner. 'Cause it's killing me that you can see how I feel when I'm with you. All about you. All
Once again, give a big round of applause for Indar Lesmana and Eva Celia Group. And second International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2021. thank PGN Saka, Exxon Mobil Cepu Limited,
PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero,
Pertamina Hulu Energy Upstream Subholding,
Medco INP Indonesia,
PT Karya Mentari Saraya and PT Inta Prima Solusindo,
BP Berau Limited,
PT Selo Maritime Perdana Tbk,
Konsorsium Asuransi Aset Industri Sumur dan Aset LNG SKK Migas atau K3S,
Repsol Saka Kemang BV,
Inpex Masela Limited,
PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk,
PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk,
Petronas Carigali Indonesia,
Premier Oil Natuna CBV,
PT Kilang Pertamina International, and many others.
Thank you once again and enjoy the rest of the evening. See you again next year.
Thank you.